Imagine standing at the edge of the vast Nevada desert, where the sun hangs low on the horizon, casting long shadows across a parched landscape. The air shimmers with heat, and silence envelops everything, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Here, in this seemingly desolate expanse, lies a mysterious entrance to a world unknown. This is the entrance to Lovelock Cave, a place that has captivated the imagination of explorers and archaeologists for generations. As we journey into the heart of this ancient site, we are not just examining a cave, we are peeling back layers of time, unearthing secrets that have been hidden for thousands of years. What stories do these walls hold? What mysteries lie buried beneath the dust of millennia? The story of Lovelock Cave begins long before it caught the attention of modern man, in a time when the land was bustling with life and the sky was filled with the songs of ancient peoples. The first glimpse of Lovelock Cave reveals a delicate balance of nature and history. Located near the small town of Lovelock, this cave has been a significant archaeological site since its discovery in the early 20th century. But the cave's significance stretches far beyond its location. It is a window into the lives of the Native American tribes who occupied this region, specifically the Paiute people. They knew the cave not just as a shelter, but as a sacred space, a place that echoed their stories and traditions. The Paiutes believed in the oral tradition, passing down their history through generations. They spoke of a time when their ancestors encountered giant beings known as the Si-Te-Cah. These were said to be cannibalistic giants who roamed the land, adding an eerie depth to the myths surrounding Lovelock Cave. Was there truth behind these legends? As we delve deeper into the cave, we begin to uncover artifacts that might hold the key to understanding these tales. Among the treasures found within the cave are duck decoys, woven baskets, and remnants of ancient tools used for hunting and gathering. These artifacts speak of a community that thrived in this arid environment, relying on their ingenuity to survive. The cave itself provides evidence of their presence, with layers of bat guano that have accumulated over centuries, offering a unique glimpse into the climate and ecological conditions of the past. Imagine the excitement of those first archaeologists who, in the early 1920s, stumbled upon this hidden trove. Each discovery was a moment filled with wonder, a chance to rewrite history with every artifact unearthed. The cave became a site of intense excavation, as researchers sifted through the layers of time, revealing not just the physical remnants of a bygone era, but also the stories woven into the fabric of the cave itself. As we explore further, we find ourselves drawn to the intricacies of the cave's formation. Stalactites and stalagmites, shaped by the slow dance of water over eons, create an otherworldly landscape. The cave's interior is a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, each twist and turn revealing new wonders. It's easy to lose oneself in the beauty of this underground realm where nature and history intertwine seamlessly. Yet Lovelock Cave is not merely a site of archaeological interest. It has also become a focal point for cultural and historical conversations. The stories of the Paiute people and their encounters with the Si-Te-Cah have sparked debates around the intersection of myth and reality. How do we reconcile ancient legends with modern understanding? This question lingers as we reflect on the narratives that shape our perceptions of history and the cultures that came before us. The cave's significance extends to contemporary discussions about indigenous rights and cultural heritage. As descendants of the original inhabitants of this land seek to reclaim their narratives, Lovelock Cave stands as a testament to their resilience and connection to the earth. The artifacts unearthed here are not just remnants of the past, they are symbols of identity and heritage woven into the ongoing story of the Paiute people. With each passing year, Lovelock Cave continues to reveal its secrets, prompting new research and exploration. Scientists and historians alike are drawn to its depths, eager to learn more about the environmental conditions that shaped the lives of those who once called this place home. The cave serves as a unique archive, preserving evidence of climate change, migration patterns, and the adaptation of indigenous cultures to a harsh landscape. As we emerge from the cave, the sun greets us with warmth, a reminder of the life that flourishes above ground. The desert may seem barren, yet it is teeming with stories waiting to be told. Each rock, each gust of wind carries whispers of the past, urging us to listen. Lovelock Cave, with its rich tapestry of history, serves as a crucial reminder of the intricate connections between people, place, and the passage of time. Reflecting on our journey, it becomes clear that the exploration of Lovelock Cave is not just about unearthing artifacts. It's about understanding the human experience. It's about bridging the gap between past and present, recognizing the threads that bind us to those who walked this land long before us. As we continue our exploration of this remarkable site, let us carry with us the stories of the Paiute people, the legends of the Si-Te-Cah, and the lessons learned from the enduring spirit of the desert. So, as we bid farewell to Lovelock Cave, we take with us a deeper appreciation for the complexities of history and the resilience of cultures that have thrived against all odds. The desert may be unforgiving, but it also holds the promise of discovery, urging us to look deeper and question what lies beneath the surface. With each step we take, we honor the stories of those who have come before us, ensuring that their legacies continue to resonate through time, echoing in the hearts of all who dare to listen. Imagine a time long before the arrival of European settlers, when vast stretches of the American West were not just landscapes but realms of myth and legend. Among the native peoples of this rugged terrain, the Paiute tribe wove tales that spoke of giants, tall, red-haired beings whose very existence stirred both awe and fear. These weren't just stories to be casually recounted around a fire. They were profound elements of a culture's heritage, echoing through generations, shaping the identity of a people, and offering explanations for the world around them. The legends of the red-haired giants, often referred to as the Si-Te-Cah, reveal an intricate tapestry of history, culture, and the deep-seated beliefs of the Paiute people. These giants are said to have roamed the valleys and mountains of what is now Nevada, leaving behind not just footprints in the earth, but imprints in the minds of those who dared to tell their stories. Tales of their massive stature and fierce demeanor became cautionary tales, warning of the dangers that lurked in the shadows of the mountains. The Paiute legends describe these giants as creatures of incredible strength and ferocity. They were said to have hair as bright as fire, setting them apart from the other inhabitants of the land. With their towering height, they struck terror into the hearts of the Paiute people, who believed these giants were cannibalistic, preying on the weak and vulnerable. The stories passed down through the ages tell of encounters that were both terrifying and awe-inspiring, as the Paiutes sought to explain the mysteries of their world. One of the most compelling elements of the red-haired giant legend is the way it intertwines with the natural landscape, particularly the mysterious caves and rock formations found throughout the region. These natural wonders were often seen as the homes of these giants, places where they could retreat from the world of men, and where they would occasionally emerge to instill fear. The Paiutes believed that these caves were sacred, housing not just the giants, but also the spirits of the earth itself. The whispers of the wind through the rocks seemed to echo the legends, blending the reality of their environment with the fantastical stories that defined their culture. As we delve deeper into the heart of these tales, we find that the red-haired giants were not merely figures of fright. They embodied the struggles and resilience of the Paiute people. The narratives tell of a great conflict between the giants and the Paiutes, a battle for survival that played out against the backdrop of the harsh desert landscape. The Paiutes, resourceful and cunning, used their knowledge of the land to outsmart the giants. They devised clever traps and strategies, turning the giants' own strength against them. In these stories, the Paiutes were not just victims, they were heroes, using their wits to protect their families and communities. One particularly captivating story speaks of a great hunt, where a group of brave warriors set out to confront a giant that had been terrorizing their village. Armed with nothing but their courage and a deep understanding of their surroundings, they lured the giant into a narrow canyon where its size became a disadvantage. The warriors worked together, using their agility and teamwork to outmaneuver the giant, ultimately bringing it down. This tale is often recounted as a testament to the strength of community and the importance of unity in the face of adversity. Yet, as we explore these legends, we must also acknowledge the darker aspects of their narrative. The tales of red-haired giants are steeped in tragedy as well. Some stories suggest that these giants were once a people themselves, perhaps even ancestors of the Paiutes, who had strayed too far from the teachings of their elders, succumbing to greed and violence. This transformation into monstrous beings serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the consequences of straying from one's path and the importance of living in harmony with the world. These legends were not just meant for entertainment, they were educational tools, teaching the young about the values of courage, community, and respect for nature. The stories of the red-haired giants remind us of the delicate balance that exists between humans and the natural world, a theme that resonates deeply even today. The Paiute people understood that the land was not just a backdrop for their stories, but a character in its own right, shaping their identities and guiding their lives. As we navigate the rich narrative of the Paiute legends, it becomes evident that the red-haired giants represent more than just fearsome adversaries. They are symbols of the unknown, embodying the mysteries that lie beyond the horizon. They ask us to confront our fears, to question the boundaries of our understanding, and to embrace the stories that have shaped the cultures of those who came before us. The tales of the Si-Te-Cah remind us that giants are not merely physical beings, but also the obstacles we face within ourselves and in our communities. As we conclude our exploration of the Paiute legends, it is essential to reflect on the legacy of these stories. In a world that often seeks to dismiss the myths and legends of indigenous cultures, the tales of the red-haired giants persist, reminding us of the power of storytelling. They invite us to listen, to learn, and to honor the voices of those who have walked this land long before us. Each story carries the weight of history, the lessons of survival, and the wisdom of generations, urging us to keep the flames of these narratives alive. In the end, the legends of the Paiute people, particularly those of the red-haired giants, serve as bridges between the past and the present. They connect us to a time when the world was still filled with magic and mystery, urging us to remember that even in our modern lives, the echoes of these tales continue to shape our understanding of the world. The giants may have faded into myth, but their stories remind us of the strength found in unity, the importance of respecting our environment, and the enduring power of storytelling itself. Deep within the bowels of the earth, where darkness reigns and silence is a constant companion, a battle of unimaginable intensity was about to unfold. The Cave of Echoes, a sprawling labyrinth of stone, had witnessed centuries of secrets, but none as fierce as the clash that was about to erupt. As the flicker of torchlight danced upon the damp walls, shadows whispered tales of dread, valor, and the primal struggle for survival. This is not just a story of conflict. It is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit when confronted with the raw fury of nature and the indomitable will to survive. Our tale begins on a cold autumn evening. The air was thick with tension as two rival factions, each with their own motives, converged upon the cave. One side, a band of seasoned warriors, were driven by a desire for glory and treasure, while the other, a desperate group of survivalists, sought refuge from a world that had turned its back on them. Both groups were unprepared for the fierce confrontation that awaited them in the depths below. The warriors, clad in armor that gleamed in the firelight, had heard whispers of ancient relics hidden deep within the cave. They were men of honor, forged in the fires of countless battles. Their leader, a man named Elric, stood tall, his eyes burning with ambition. He believed that the treasures within the cave were not merely material wealth, but artifacts of power that could change the course of history. With every step they took, the echoes of their boots reverberated like a war drum, announcing their presence to anyone who dared to listen. On the other side, the survivalists, led by a woman named Mira, had stumbled upon the cave as a last refuge from the harsh realities of their existence above ground. They were a ragtag group, worn and weary, but their spirits were unbroken. Mira, with her fiery determination and sharp wit, had vowed to protect her people at all costs. As she surveyed the entrance of the cave, her heart raced with the knowledge that they were about to face an adversary far more dangerous than the elements outside. As the warriors descended further into the cave's embrace, the air grew thick with humidity, mingling with the scent of earth and decay. The flickering flames from their torches cast eerie shadows that warped the rocky surfaces into grotesque shapes. They pressed on, driven by the promise of glory. But the deeper they ventured, the more palpable the darkness became, as though the cave itself were a living entity, waiting for the right moment to unleash its fury. In a hidden chamber, the survivalists huddled together, their faces etched with worry. Mira spoke passionately, urging her followers to prepare for an impending conflict. She reminded them of the strength they had found in each other, the bonds forged through shared hardship. Yet, as she spoke, a cold dread settled over her heart. She knew that the warriors were not merely after treasures, they were hunters, and they would stop at nothing to claim what they sought. The tension reached a boiling point as the two factions finally crossed paths in a narrow corridor, the dim light illuminating the faces of both groups. Elric's warriors, confident and ready, met the survivalists, who stood firm, defiance etched into their weary expressions. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as both sides assessed one another, weighing the stakes of the impending confrontation. The silence shattered like glass as Elric stepped forward, his voice resonating through the cave. He demanded that the survivalists relinquish their claim to the treasures within, warning them of the consequences should they refuse. Mira, standing resolute, countered with a fierce proclamation of their right to exist and protect what little they had. In that moment, the cave, once a sanctuary, transformed into a battleground of ideologies where survival clashed with ambition. With a sudden roar, the warriors surged forward, weapons drawn, and chaos erupted. The cave, with its jagged rocks and treacherous terrain, became a theater of war where every echo carried the weight of a soul fighting for survival. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated like thunder, drowning out the cries of anguish and defiance that filled the air. Mira fought valiantly, wielding her makeshift weapon with a fierce resolve. She moved like a shadow, darting between her adversaries, rallying her people to push back against the onslaught. Each swing was a testament to her will, each step a declaration that they would not be easily defeated. Elric, in the thick of the fray, found himself face to face with Mira. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, something shifted. They were no longer just enemies. They were two warriors bound by their convictions, fighting for their lives. The cave walls echoed their clash, each strike resonating with the weight of their respective dreams and fears. As the battle raged on, the cave itself seemed to awaken. The ground trembled beneath them, and the once still air was charged with an electric energy. Stalactites dripped water like the tears of the earth, and the walls, soaked in the sweat and blood of combat, seemed to pulse with life. It was as if the very spirit of the cave was bearing witness to this primal struggle, amplifying the ferocity of their conflict. The warriors, driven by the promise of glory, fought with fervor, but the survivalists, with their fierce determination and unyielding spirit, began to turn the tide. The ferocity of their defense caught Elric's warriors off guard. Each time they thought they had gained an advantage, the survivalists rallied together, pushing back with a strength that surprised even themselves. The battle was not merely physical, it was a clash of ideologies. For the warriors, victory was synonymous with honor and glory, but for the survivalists, it was a fight for existence, a desperate grasp at survival in a world that had forgotten them. The stakes could not have been higher, and the cave bore witness to every moment of this fierce struggle, its dark depths absorbing the essence of the conflict. Just as it seemed the tide might turn in favor of the survivalists, the cave erupted with a cacophony of sound as a massive rock formation, weakened by the chaos of battle, collapsed. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring vision and forcing both factions to momentarily halt their conflict. In that moment of stillness, as they coughed and struggled to regain their bearings, a realization dawned upon them. The cave, a silent observer until now, had unleashed its fury, and they were but pawns in a game far larger than themselves. As the dust settled, both sides found themselves united by a shared fear. They had been consumed by their ambitions and desires, while the true enemy lay within the very walls of the cave that had once promised refuge. In this unexpected moment of clarity, Mira and Elric exchanged glances, their animosity replaced by a tentative understanding. They were both fighting for survival, albeit for different reasons. The cave had transformed from a battleground into a crucible, and as they navigated the treacherous terrain, they were forced to confront a choice. Would they continue to fight one another, or could they find a way to work together against the very forces that threatened to consume them all? In the aftermath of the battle, as the echoes of conflict faded, a fragile alliance began to form. The cave, once a symbol of division, had become a catalyst for unity. The flickering flames of their torches, once a sign of impending conflict, now illuminated the path toward survival, revealing the way forward through the darkness. As they emerged from the chaos, bruised and battered but alive, the survivors realized that true strength lay not in the treasures they sought, but in the bonds they forged amidst the fire and fury. The cave had tested them, stripped them of their illusions, and in the end, it had shown them the power of resilience, the indomitable spirit that thrived even in the darkest of places. Thus, the battle in the cave became more than a mere clash between factions. It was a pivotal moment that redefined their existence, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, the flicker of hope could ignite a fire within, guiding them toward a future forged in unity and strength. In the early years of the 20th century, an extraordinary tale unfolded in the remote reaches of the Peruvian coast, a place where the sun blazed down relentlessly and the ocean whispered secrets of a forgotten past. It was 1911, a year that would mark the beginning of a remarkable rediscovery, one that would unearth treasures hidden beneath layers of time. As explorers and fortune-seekers set their sights on the desolate Guano Islands, they were unaware of the stories etched into the very soil they aimed to exploit. This is the story of the guano miners of 1911, a chapter that reveals the intertwining destinies of men, birds, and the land they shared. Imagine a landscape littered with bones, scattered remnants of ancient civilizations long gone, their stories buried beneath the guano that had accumulated over millennia. This was not merely fertilizer, it was a treasure trove of history, a product of nature's cycle, composed of the droppings of seabirds that had roamed these islands for centuries. The guano was a potent source of nitrogen, a coveted commodity that had sparked a frenzy of exploration and exploitation. The demand for this natural fertilizer was insatiable, driven by the burgeoning agricultural needs of the world, particularly in Europe and North America. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the arid landscape, the miners arrived, armed with pickaxes and shovels, their hearts filled with dreams of fortune. They were drawn not only by the promise of wealth, but also by the allure of adventure. In those days, the islands were shrouded in an air of mystery, tales of peril and riches circulating among those willing to brave the waves. Many of these miners were young men seeking a way out of poverty, lured by the siren call of easy money. They were about to embark on a journey that would test their resolve and reshape their lives forever. The Guano Islands, a series of rocky outcrops scattered along the Peruvian coast, were home to billions of seabirds. Their presence was vital to the ecosystem, yet the miners viewed them as mere obstacles, feathered guardians of the very resource they sought to extract. The guano, rich in nutrients, had accumulated for centuries, creating a thick layer that covered the islands. However, the miners faced not only the physical challenges of extracting this precious resource, but also the ethical implications of their actions. What would become of the birds and the fragile ecosystem they inhabited as the miners scoured the land, driven by greed and ambition? The miners toiled under the unforgiving sun, their backs bent, the air heavy with the pungent smell of guano. Each swing of the pickaxe was a testament to their determination, but with each load they also carried the weight of their choices. The guano they harvested held the potential for agricultural success, yet it also served as a stark reminder of the transience of nature. The very act of mining was a double-edged sword, an endeavor that could offer immediate rewards while jeopardizing the delicate balance of the environment. As the days turned into weeks, a sense of camaraderie developed among the miners. They forged bonds through shared hardships, laughter, and stories of home. Together, they faced the elements, the isolation, and the daunting task ahead. Yet, as they dug deeper into the earth, they began to uncover more than just guano. Bones of ancient seabirds, remnants from a time long forgotten, began to emerge, an eerie reminder of the cycles of life and death that played out on these islands. The discovery of these bones sparked a curiosity that transcended their immediate goals. Who had inhabited these lands before them? What stories lay buried beneath the surface, waiting to be told? One miner, a young man named Miguel, felt an undeniable connection to the land. As he unearthed the bones, he began to question the morality of their mission. Was it right to exploit this land, to strip it of its natural wealth without understanding the consequences? Miguel became increasingly aware of the delicate relationship between the miners and the seabirds, the guardians of the guano. As he watched the birds soar overhead, he felt a deepening respect for the creatures that had once thrived in abundance, now threatened by the very actions of his fellow miners. The conflict between profit and preservation grew more pronounced as stories of the miners' exploits reached the ears of the outside world. Journalists and conservationists began to take notice of the environmental impact of guano mining, sparking a debate that would resonate far beyond the shores of Peru. The miners found themselves at the center of a burgeoning movement, one that sought to protect not only the seabirds, but also the fragile ecosystems that supported them. Miguel, emboldened by his growing awareness, decided to speak out. He became an advocate for the birds, urging his fellow miners to consider the consequences of their actions. As tensions mounted, the Guano Islands transformed into a battleground for competing interests. The miners, once united by shared dreams, found themselves divided. Some clung fiercely to the lure of riches, while others, like Miguel, championed a more sustainable approach. The struggle for the future of the islands mirrored a larger conversation about humanity's relationship with nature, a conversation that would echo through the decades to come. While the guano miners of 1911 sought their fortunes, they inadvertently became part of a larger narrative, one that questioned the ethics of exploitation and the importance of stewardship. Their journey was not solely about wealth, but also about the connections forged through shared experience and the lessons learned amidst the harsh realities of their environment. The rediscovery of their role in the ecosystem became a catalyst for change, a reminder that the choices made today would shape the world of tomorrow. As the sands of time shifted, the legacy of the guano miners of 1911 endured. Their story is one of resilience, conflict, and ultimately, a rediscovery of purpose. Through their struggles, they unearthed not only guano, but also a deeper understanding of their place in the world. The islands, once thought to be merely a resource, became a symbol of interconnectedness, a reminder that humanity and nature are forever intertwined. In the end, the guano miners did not just extract a resource. They unearthed a profound truth about the fragility of life and the importance of coexistence. Their journey serves as an enduring testament to the choices we make and the impact they have on the world around us. As we reflect on their story, we are reminded that every action we take ripples through the fabric of life, an echo that can resonate through generations. The Guano Islands, with their rich history and vibrant ecosystems, stand as a testament to the enduring power of nature and the resilience of those who dare to listen to its whispers. What stories lie beneath the surface of our everyday lives? Every day we tread upon layers of history, unaware of the remnants of past civilizations that linger just beneath our feet. Dust, often viewed as mere debris, can be a profound storyteller, revealing secrets that have been buried for centuries. In this exploration, we delve into the world of ancient artifacts, focusing on two seemingly simple items: baskets and bones. Each tells a tale of human ingenuity, survival, and connection to the land. Imagine a time thousands of years ago when early humans roamed the earth, facing the daily struggles of survival. They hunted, gathered, and created tools, but they also crafted vessels for storing their precious resources. Baskets, woven from the fibers of plants, became indispensable. They were more than mere containers. They embodied the creativity and resourcefulness of their makers. The creation of a basket required not only skill, but a deep understanding of the materials at hand. The art of basket weaving is an ancient craft, one that has stood the test of time. In many cultures, the techniques have been passed down through generations, each weaver adding their unique touch. The patterns tell stories of the land, the people, and the traditions that bind them. As we examine these artifacts, we uncover the intimate relationship between the makers and the natural world. Each basket is a testament to the resources available in its environment. The choice of materials, the design, and even the methods of weaving reflect the rich tapestry of life that surrounded the weaver. Picture a vibrant landscape where towering grasses and flexible reeds sway in the wind. These were the materials of choice for many indigenous cultures. The process of gathering and preparing them for weaving was a communal activity, often involving families working together. It was during these gatherings that stories were shared, songs were sung, and bonds were strengthened. Each basket carried not just goods, but memories, laughter, and the essence of community. Yet, as we explore the significance of baskets, we must also confront the stark reality of bones, the remnants of human existence that evoke both reverence and reflection. Bones tell stories of life and death, of struggles endured and victories celebrated. They connect us to our ancestors in a profound way, reminding us of the fragility of life and the resilience of the human spirit. Every bone we uncover has a tale to tell, of a life lived, of challenges faced, and of a history that shapes our present. Archaeological digs often reveal both baskets and bones in close proximity, creating a haunting juxtaposition. The presence of a woven basket alongside skeletal remains can paint a vivid picture of a moment frozen in time. What circumstances led to the creation of that basket? What stories do the bones whisper? Perhaps it was a family preparing for a long journey, each member contributing to the communal effort. Or maybe it was a farewell, a final act of love to ensure that the spirit of the departed would be honored in the next world. In many cultures, the act of burying the dead involved placing items of significance alongside the body. Baskets, filled with food or personal belongings, were often included in funerary practices. This ritual was not merely an act of remembrance, it was a means of ensuring that the deceased would be cared for in the afterlife. The intertwining of baskets and bones in burial sites speaks to a deep understanding of mortality and the need to honor those who came before us. As we sift through the sands of time, the bones reveal their own narrative, the stories of health, diet, and lifestyle. Anthropologists meticulously analyze these remnants, piecing together the lives of our ancestors. The condition of bones can indicate the hardships faced by a community. Were the individuals well-nourished or malnourished? Did they suffer from diseases or injuries? Each analysis brings us closer to understanding the daily realities of life in ancient times. The science of bioarchaeology, which studies human skeletal remains, has become a vital tool in unraveling our shared history. Through DNA analysis, researchers can trace lineage and migration patterns, revealing how humans have adapted to their environments over millennia. The insights gained from bones are invaluable, shedding light on the interconnectedness of humanity and the myriad ways we have shaped and been shaped by our world. As we shift our focus back to baskets, we find ourselves captivated by their intricate designs. Some baskets were utilitarian, crafted for specific purposes like food storage or carrying goods, while others were ornamental, serving as symbols of status or artistry. The variations across cultures are astounding. In some regions, baskets were adorned with intricate patterns representing spiritual beliefs, while in others, they served as practical tools for fishing or gathering. The versatility of baskets speaks to the creativity of human beings. In the hands of skilled artisans, simple plant fibers transform into masterpieces. The techniques employed in basket weaving vary from culture to culture, each rooted in local traditions and environmental resources. This craft has allowed communities to express their identity, passing down knowledge through generations. Today, many artisans continue to weave baskets, keeping these age-old practices alive. Exploring the relationship between baskets and bones also invites us to consider the broader implications of our interactions with the environment. The materials used in basket weaving often come from the very ecosystems that support us. Indigenous cultures understood the importance of sustainability, crafting their baskets in ways that honored the land. They harvested fibers with care, ensuring that their practices did not deplete the resources they relied upon. In a world increasingly disconnected from nature, the stories of baskets and bones serve as a poignant reminder of our relationship with the earth. Each artifact urges us to reflect on our place in the continuum of life, emphasizing the importance of stewardship and respect for the resources that sustain us. As we navigate contemporary challenges, the wisdom of our ancestors resonates, reminding us that we are part of a larger narrative that spans time and space. As our journey through the artifacts in the dust comes to a close, we are left with a profound sense of connection to the weavers, the mourners, and the myriad lives that have come before us. Baskets and bones are more than just remnants of a bygone era. They are symbols of resilience, adaptation, and the enduring spirit of humanity. In every woven strand and every fractured bone, we find echoes of our shared history, urging us to honor the past as we forge our path into the future. So, as you walk upon the earth, remember the stories hidden in the dust. The next time you encounter a basket or a bone, pause and reflect on the lives that shaped them. In their simplicity lies an intricate web of human experience, a reminder that we are all part of a larger story, woven together through time. There exists a world where the mundane act of putting on a pair of shoes transforms into a profound journey through history, craftsmanship, and identity. Today, we embark on an exploration of Chap 6, Shoes for Giants, Footprints in Leather, a tale that delves into the artistry of shoemaking and its significance in the tapestry of human experience. Imagine a bustling workshop, the air thick with the scent of polished leather and the rhythmic sound of tools striking against supple material. Here, artisans dedicate their lives to a craft that has served humanity for centuries. Shoes have always been more than mere accessories. They carry stories, embody journeys, and bear the weight of aspirations. From the delicate ballet slippers of a prima ballerina to the sturdy boots worn by a mountaineer conquering Everest, each pair tells its own unique tale. In this chapter, we uncover the intricate relationship between shoes and the giants who wear them, those towering figures who have left indelible marks on our collective history. Throughout the ages, the design and function of footwear have evolved, reflecting societal changes, technological advancements, and cultural shifts. The shoes we wear are not just for protection. They are embodiments of who we are, where we come from, and where we aspire to go. The story of shoes begins far back in time, with the earliest forms crafted from natural materials like animal hides and plant fibers. As we trace the evolution of these primitive foot coverings, we find ourselves in ancient civilizations, where shoes were not merely functional, but also symbols of status and power. In ancient Egypt, for example, sandals adorned with intricate designs were worn by pharaohs while commoners walked barefoot on the hot desert sands. This disparity in footwear highlighted the social hierarchies of the time, reminding us that even in the world of shoes, culture and status intertwine. Fast forward to the Renaissance, a period marked by artistic and intellectual flourishing. In this vibrant era, shoes became a canvas for creativity. The wealthy elite adorned their feet with flamboyant designs, using materials like silk and velvet to showcase their affluence. These extravagant shoes were not just practical, they were statements of individuality and prestige. The rise of cobblers during this time led to increased specialization in shoemaking, creating a rich tapestry of styles that would influence generations to come. As we move into the age of industrialization, the landscape of shoe production undergoes a dramatic transformation. The advent of machinery revolutionizes the way shoes are made, allowing for mass production. In factories, assembly lines buzz with activity as workers skillfully assemble thousands of pairs each day. This shift not only democratizes footwear, but also alters the very fabric of society. Now, a factory worker could own a pair of shoes much like those worn by the elite, blurring the lines of class distinction. However, this era also brings challenges. The rapid pace of production often sacrifices quality for quantity. In our quest for efficiency, we risk losing the artistry and craftsmanship that define true footwear. Yet, amidst the noise of machinery, there remain artisans who cling to traditional methods, devoted to creating shoes that are not just products, but works of art. They pour their heart and soul into every stitch, every cut, ensuring that each pair carries the weight of their passion and dedication. Let us turn our attention to a remarkable figure who embodies this spirit of craftsmanship, Salvatore Ferragamo, a name synonymous with luxury and innovation in the world of footwear. Born in Italy in 1898, Ferragamo began his journey as a shoemaker at a young age. His relentless pursuit of perfection led him to Hollywood, where he crafted custom shoes for the stars of the silver screen. His designs were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also ergonomic, marrying beauty with comfort. Ferragamo's legacy reminds us that shoes can transcend mere utility. They can be transformative, elevating the wearer's experience and confidence. Venturing beyond the realm of luxury, we encounter the everyday sneakers that have become symbols of youth culture and rebellion. The rise of athletic footwear in the late 20th century revolutionized not only fashion, but also the way we perceive identity. Brands like Nike and Adidas have turned shoes into icons, often associated with movements and moments in pop culture. Think of the powerful imagery of athletes sprinting across tracks, their shoes gripping the ground with unwavering determination. These sneakers are not just footwear. They represent dreams, aspirations, and the relentless spirit of the human condition. Yet, as we celebrate the triumphs of footwear design, we must also confront the shadows that linger in the industry. The rise of fast fashion has led to a troubling cycle of consumption. Shoes are produced, purchased, and discarded at an alarming rate. This throwaway culture poses environmental challenges, as the very materials that once promised durability are now contributing to waste and pollution. The question arises, how do we reconcile our love for fashion with the responsibility we hold for our planet? In the midst of this dilemma, a movement emerges, one that champions sustainability and ethical practices in shoe production. Innovative designers are now prioritizing eco-friendly materials, creating shoes that tread lightly on the earth. Brands are increasingly transparent about their supply chains, ensuring fair labor practices and reducing their carbon footprints. This shift invites us all to reconsider our choices, to appreciate the stories behind our shoes, and to embrace the notion that every step we take can leave a positive impact. As we reflect on the journey of shoes through time, we cannot overlook the profound connection between footwear and personal identity. For many, a favorite pair of shoes becomes a trusted companion, accompanying them through life's milestones. Whether it's a beloved pair of old sneakers that have seen countless adventures or elegant heels worn on a special occasion, these shoes carry memories that extend far beyond their physical form. They are vessels of our experiences, representing both the struggles we face and the triumphs we celebrate. In closing, the story of Shoes for Giants is not merely about the shoes themselves, it is about the giants who wear them. It is about the artisans who craft them, the cultures that shape them, and the environmental challenges they pose. As we continue on this journey through history, we find ourselves at the intersection of tradition and innovation, where every pair of shoes serves as a reminder of our shared humanity. So as you slip on your own shoes today, take a moment to appreciate the journey they represent. Each step forward is not just a movement through space, it is a continuation of a story that has been unfolding for millennia. The footprints we leave behind are not merely marks on the ground, they are echoes of our existence, imprinted in the fabric of time. There are places on our planet that hold secrets, whispers of the past hidden beneath layers of earth, waiting to be unearthed. Among these mysteries are the strange skulls that have sparked intrigue and wonder across cultures and centuries. They come in various sizes and shapes, each telling a tale of survival, adaptation, and the enigmatic ways of evolution. These peculiar remains invite us to delve deeper, to question what we think we know about humanity and its history. As we embark on this journey, let us first consider the extraordinary discovery made in the remote reaches of the Andes Mountains. Here, near the ancient city of Tiwanaku, archaeologists unearthed a collection of elongated skulls, each one a testament to a practice that challenges our understanding of beauty and identity. The locals, steeped in tradition, revered these skulls, suggesting that they belonged to a noble lineage, a sign of divine connection. But what if the truth is more complex? These cranial shapes were not merely the result of natural growth, but rather the outcome of a practice known as cranial deformation. For centuries, different cultures across the globe engaged in this controversial tradition, binding the heads of infants to create a desired appearance. The elongated skulls of the Tiwanaku have led to a myriad of theories. Some speculate that these individuals possessed unique cognitive abilities, while others argue that they were simply a reflection of social status. What remains undeniable is the fascination they evoke as we grapple with the implications of such intentional alterations. Turning our gaze towards the Pacific Islands, we encounter yet another set of unusual skulls, those belonging to the ancient inhabitants of Easter Island. The moai, the iconic stone figures, are often the focal point of discussions about the island's past. However, buried beneath the earth are the remains of a population that thrived and eventually faced decline. Excavations have revealed skulls that exhibit distinct features, hinting at a society that may have been shaped by isolation and resource scarcity. These skulls tell us of a people who carved their existence from the volcanic rock, yet their legacy is marred by deforestation and environmental change. The relationship between shape and survival is starkly illustrated here, as the islanders adapted to their environment in ways that would ultimately lead to their downfall. It raises an important question: how much can physical form influence one's fate? As we journey further, we encounter the ancient civilizations of Mesoamerica. The Olmec, known for their colossal stone heads, left behind more than just monumental art. Their burial sites reveal a rich tapestry of life and death. Among these relics, we find skulls that are strikingly different from those of their contemporaries. Some exhibit characteristics that suggest a blending of cultures, perhaps influenced by trade or conquest. The Olmec skulls, with their unique features, challenge the notion of a singular narrative. They hint at a vibrant exchange of ideas, cultures, and perhaps even genetics. What stories might these skulls tell if they could speak? They remind us that history is rarely linear. It is a complex web of interactions, each strand contributing to the tapestry of human existence. In an unexpected turn, we find ourselves in the frozen tundra of Siberia, where the permafrost has preserved the remains of individuals from the ancient Scythian culture. Among them lie skulls that display remarkable traits, often adorned with intricate decorations. These individuals were not just warriors, they were part of a society that engaged in elaborate burial rituals, indicating a belief in the afterlife. The preservation of these skulls offers a glimpse into a world long gone, allowing us to piece together their lives, their struggles, and their aspirations. The Scythians were known for their nomadic lifestyle, yet their physical remains reveal a connection to the land and a deep respect for their ancestors. The interplay of size and shape in these skulls provides insight into their identity, their roles within their community, and the legacies they left behind. As we shift our focus to the modern era, the fascination with skull shapes takes on a new dimension. In contemporary science, researchers are delving into the realms of anthropology and genetics, exploring how variations in cranial structure might correlate with cognitive abilities or social behaviors. This inquiry is not without controversy, as it treads into sensitive territories regarding race and intelligence. The pursuit of knowledge often leads to societal reflections, and the discussion surrounding skull shapes raises ethical dilemmas. Are we, in our quest to understand human diversity, at risk of reinforcing harmful stereotypes? The delicate balance between scientific exploration and social responsibility is a tightrope we must navigate carefully. In the realm of popular culture, the allure of the bizarre has given rise to a fascination with unusual skulls, often sensationalized in movies and documentaries. The narratives surrounding these artifacts can sometimes overshadow the rich histories they represent. The reality is that each skull carries the weight of a story, echoing the lives of those who came before us. It is crucial that we approach these histories with respect and an open mind, seeking to understand rather than sensationalize. Throughout our exploration, we have encountered a diverse array of skulls, each one a portal into a different time and place. The elongated craniums of the Andes, the unique features of the Easter Islanders, the intricate decorations of the Scythians, and the modern scientific inquiries remind us of the vast tapestry of human existence. They compel us to reflect on our shared heritage and the myriad ways we have adapted to our environments, cultures, and circumstances. As we conclude our examination of these strange skulls, we are left with a profound sense of curiosity. What other secrets lie buried beneath the surface of our world? What stories await discovery in the shadows of history? The journey into the past is never truly finished. It is an ongoing exploration, one that invites us to look deeper, to question more, and to understand the complexities of our shared humanity. These skulls, in all their strange shapes and sizes, beckon us to consider the fragility of life and the enduring quest for meaning. They remind us that we are all part of a larger narrative, woven together by our experiences, our struggles, and our triumphs. As we reflect on these tales, let us carry with us the understanding that every shape, every size, tells a story worth hearing. Envision a battlefield, a vast expanse of earth stained with the remnants of conflict, where the air is thick with tension and the cries of warriors echo through time. In this arena, two ancient weapons, arrows and spears, have shaped the course of history, wielded by those who sought power, protection, or simply survival. These simple yet profound tools have not only defined the art of war, but have also reflected the ingenuity and resilience of humanity. Join us as we journey through the ages, exploring the evolution, significance, and impact of these formidable instruments of conflict. Arrows and spears, crafted from wood, bone, and stone, are perhaps the most elemental of weapons, yet their history is rich and intricate. Imagine early humans, armed with little more than determination and skill, fashioning the first arrows from slender branches and sharp stones. These primitive projectiles represented a turning point in the ability of humanity to hunt and defend itself. The invention of the bow and arrow marked a significant leap in technological advancement, allowing our ancestors to strike from a distance, increasing their chances of survival against formidable prey and rival tribes. The bow and arrow became a symbol of skill and precision, a weapon that required not just brute strength, but also finesse. As we delve into the annals of history, we discover that cultures around the world embraced this powerful technology in their own unique ways. The Native American tribes, for instance, became masters of archery, using their bows for hunting and warfare, their arrows fletched with feathers, expertly crafted for stability and speed. These arrows flew through the air like whispers, silent yet deadly, reflecting the deep connection between the land and its people. Across the oceans, in ancient China, the bow evolved into a weapon of great sophistication. The Chinese created composite bows made from layers of wood, horn, and sinew, allowing for greater power and range. These bows, often used in the vast armies of the dynasties, transformed the landscape of battle. The famed Mongol archers, renowned for their unparalleled skill, could shoot accurately while galloping on horseback, turning the tide of conflicts across continents. With each arrow released, they carved their legacy into the pages of history. Yet, the story of conflict is not solely written with arrows. Spears, one of humanity's oldest weapons, have been wielded in various forms since prehistoric times. Picture a hunter, poised and focused, gripping a sharpened spear crafted from the finest wood, ready to thrust it into the heart of a mammoth. This simple tool, both a hunting implement and a weapon of war, has been pivotal in shaping human societies. The spear's versatility allowed it to adapt throughout the ages, evolving from a hunting tool to a weapon of choice for legions of soldiers. In ancient Rome, the pilum, a specialized spear, was designed for maximum effectiveness in battle. Roman soldiers would throw their pila at enemy formations, disrupting lines and causing chaos before charging in with their gladii. The pilum was not just a weapon. It was a symbol of Roman military ingenuity, demonstrating how the spear could be a decisive factor in warfare. As we traverse through time, we see how the introduction of metallurgy gave birth to the spearhead, transforming the spear into a more lethal instrument. With iron and bronze, the ancient Greeks developed the spear, or dory, which became the backbone of their phalanx formations. The disciplined soldiers, known as hoplites, stood shoulder to shoulder, their long spears creating a formidable wall of wood and metal that was nearly impenetrable. The spear, in this context, represented not just individual prowess, but the power of unity and strategy in warfare. The Middle Ages witnessed a fascinating evolution of both arrows and spears. Longbows became synonymous with English archers, most famously at the Battle of Agincourt, where their deadly volleys decimated French forces. The longbowmen, often underestimated, demonstrated that skill combined with the right weapon could change the tide of battle. Their arrows, launched with incredible force, could pierce armor, turning the battlefield into a grim testament to the effectiveness of ranged warfare. Meanwhile, spears continued to adapt. The introduction of the halberd, a combination of spear and axe, allowed infantry to engage cavalry with devastating results. This weapon exemplified how versatility and innovation could lead to tactical superiority, reshaping the dynamics of combat. As armies evolved, so too did their weapons, reflecting the changing nature of warfare and the complexities of human conflict. The Renaissance brought with it advancements in weaponry, yet the fundamental designs of arrows and spears remained. Crossbows emerged, offering greater power and accuracy, while the spear was often paired with the emerging gunpowder weapons, exemplifying the transition from traditional to modern warfare. The age of exploration and colonialism further highlighted the importance of these weapons, as they were integral to both defense and conquest, shaping the destinies of nations. As we explore the contemporary world, we find that the legacies of arrows and spears persist. Modern archery, both as a sport and a means of survival, retains the spirit of those early hunters, while the spear has evolved into various forms, from the javelin in athletics to polearms used in martial arts. The principles behind these ancient weapons still resonate today, reminding us of our shared history and the relentless pursuit of human ingenuity. But what of the symbolic power of arrows and spears? They are more than mere tools of conflict. They embody the spirit of resilience and the fight for survival. Arrows have come to represent focus and direction, while spears symbolize strength and determination. In countless cultures, these weapons have transcended their physical forms to become metaphors for the struggles and triumphs of humanity. As we reflect on the journey of arrows and spears through the ages, we see that they are not mere relics of war, but are intricately woven into the fabric of human history. They tell tales of bravery and strategy, of innovation and adaptation. The evolution of these weapons mirrors our own evolution as a species, showcasing our ability to confront challenges and seek solutions. The legacy of arrows and spears invites us to consider the broader implications of conflict. It compels us to question how we wield power and the consequences of our choices. In understanding the past, we can glean insights into our present and future, recognizing that the lessons of history are as relevant today as they were in the days of ancient warriors. So, as we draw this chapter to a close, let us remember that every arrow loosed and every spear thrown carries with it a story of struggle, of survival, of humanity's enduring quest for strength and resilience in the face of adversity. The dance of conflict continues, and within it, the echoes of arrows and spears remind us of our shared journey through time. Picture yourself standing on the edge of a serene lake, the early morning mist swirling around you like a soft blanket. The gentle lapping of water against the shore is punctuated by the distant calls of migratory birds, their echoes weaving through the stillness. Here, in this tranquil setting, lies a piece of history that many have overlooked. the story of duck decoys, the oldest in North America. These humble replicas, crafted by human hands, carry with them tales of survival, artistry, and cultural significance that span centuries. Duck decoys have long been an essential tool for waterfowl hunters, intricately designed to mimic the appearance and behavior of real ducks. But what if I told you that these seemingly simple objects hold the key to understanding the relationship between humans and nature, as well as the evolution of hunting practices across generations? The narrative of duck decoys is not merely about their functional use, but rather a profound exploration of the ingenuity and creativity of those who made them. As we journey through time, we find ourselves in the lush wetlands of North America, where indigenous peoples first began crafting decoys. These early artisans carved their decoys from local materials using wood, reeds, and grasses, reflecting the rich biodiversity of their environments. The artistry involved in creating these decoys was not just a means to an end, it was an expression of identity and culture. The designs often featured intricate patterns and colors, each telling a story of its own. The oldest known duck decoys in North America can be traced back to the late 19th century, found in archaeological sites along the Atlantic Flyway. These artifacts provide a fascinating glimpse into the past, revealing not just the techniques of their creators, but also the ecological knowledge that informed their construction. The decoys were not merely tools for hunting. They were a bridge between the people and the land, embodying a deep understanding of the creatures they sought to attract. As we delve deeper into the world of decoys, we begin to encounter some remarkable stories. One such tale involves a group of artisans from the coastal regions of the northeastern United States known for their innovative designs. These craftsmen began experimenting with materials and shapes, leading to the development of the floating decoy, which revolutionized waterfowl hunting. This new design not only increased the effectiveness of hunting but also showcased the creativity and adaptability of those who made them. The rise of the market for duck hunting in the early 20th century brought about significant changes in the production of decoys. As demand grew, so did the variety of styles and techniques used by different regions. From the detailed carvings of New England to the bold colors of the Midwest, each region developed its unique signature style. The decoys became more than just hunting tools. They transformed into collectible art pieces, celebrated for their craftsmanship and historical significance. One cannot discuss duck decoys without acknowledging the impact of the conservation movement that swept across North America in the 20th century. As hunting practices evolved, so too did the understanding of sustainable management of wildlife populations. The introduction of regulations and the establishment of protected areas marked a turning point in the relationship between humans and nature. Decoys, once a symbol of unbridled hunting, now became a tool for conservation efforts, helping to maintain the delicate balance of ecosystems. As we explore various collections of duck decoys, we encounter not just the craftsmanship, but also the stories of the individuals who dedicated their lives to this art. Among them is the legendary Decoy King, a man whose name has become synonymous with excellence in the craft. His life and work exemplify the passion, skill, and commitment that define the world of duck decoy making. His legacy lives on, inspiring new generations of artisans who carry forward the traditions of their forebears. In the modern era, the appreciation for duck decoys has transcended their original purpose. Today, they are celebrated not only as functional objects, but also as pieces of art, with collectors and enthusiasts cherishing them for their historical value. The annual decoy shows and competitions attract thousands, showcasing the finest works from contemporary artisans who breathe new life into this ancient craft. Each decoy tells a story, a narrative that connects us to the past while looking toward the future. As we reflect on the journey of duck decoys, it becomes clear that they are more than mere replicas. They are vessels of culture, history, and connection to the natural world. They remind us of the delicate balance we must maintain with our environment and the responsibilities we bear as stewards of the land. The legacy of these decoys is not confined to the past. It continues to shape our understanding of wildlife conservation and the artistry that emerges from a deep-rooted relationship with nature. In a world where technology often distances us from the natural world, the humble duck decoy serves as a poignant reminder of our connection to the land and the importance of preserving these traditions. As we stand on the banks of that serene lake once more, we are filled with a sense of gratitude for those who came before us, who carved these beautiful representations of life from the very essence of their surroundings. So, the next time you encounter a duck decoy, take a moment to appreciate the artistry and history it embodies. Consider the hands that shaped it, the stories it tells, and the lessons it imparts about our relationship with nature. In every curve and detail, there lies a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity and the timeless bond between humans and the wild. Let us carry this story forward, not just as a relic of the past, but as a living tradition that connects us to the heart of nature and the legacy of those who have shaped our understanding of the world around us. The journey of the duck decoy is far from over. It continues to evolve, inspiring future generations to forge new connections with the land, the water, and the wildlife that inhabit it. The air hangs heavy with the weight of history, each gust of wind whispering secrets of a time long past. Somewhere out there, beneath layers of earth and ash, lie remnants of an ancient battle, a clash of titans whose echoes still resonate through the ages. Today, we embark on a journey to uncover the story behind Ashes of Fire, a chapter steeped in mythology and the raw ferocity of conflict. Imagine a landscape scorched by flames, the ground trembling beneath the hooves of fierce warriors. The sky darkens, not just from the smoke of war, but from the gathering of clouds that seem to mirror the turmoil below. This was no ordinary confrontation. It was a battle that would define the very essence of a civilization, a struggle that would leave its mark not only on the land, but on the hearts of those who lived through it. As we delve into the annals of history, we find ourselves in a world where gods and men intertwined, where the supernatural often shaped the outcomes of earthly endeavors. In the chronicles of ancient texts, we uncover references to the legendary Battle of Ashes of Fire, a tale of valor, betrayal, and the inevitable consequences of ambition. But what really transpired in those fateful hours? What sacrifices were made in the name of glory? To grasp the significance of this battle, we must first understand the players involved. On one side stood a fierce kingdom, united by a common cause. The warriors, clad in armor that shimmered like the sun, were driven not just by duty, but by a burning desire for freedom. Their opponents, a rival faction equally determined, sought to expand their dominion, their banners snapping defiantly in the wind as they marched forward, resolute and unyielding. Among the soldiers was a young warrior named Calin, whose story offers a lens through which we can witness the chaos of battle. Calin was not born into valor, he was forged by it. Raised in a village that had seen its fair share of conflict, he understood that bravery is often born from the fires of necessity. With each clash of swords, with every fallen comrade, Calin felt the weight of his responsibility grow heavier. He was not just fighting for himself, but for the legacy of his people, a legacy that teetered on the brink of annihilation. From the first clash of steel, the battlefield transformed into a cauldron of chaos. Shouts of warriors mixed with the cries of the wounded, a symphony of desperation and valor. As Calin fought valiantly, the ground beneath him became slick with the ash of fallen dreams, a stark reminder of the price of conflict. The tales tell of a moment, a singular event that would alter the course of the battle. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of the fray as an ancient artifact, long thought to be a myth, was unleashed. It was said to hold the power of the very elements, capable of turning the tide in an instant. But with great power comes great peril. Legends speak of the artifact's creator, a sorcerer whose intentions were as twisted as the flames that consumed the battlefield. Destruction and chaos followed in its wake, fracturing alliances and igniting fierce rivalries among those who once fought side by side. The ground, now littered with ash and fire, became a graveyard of lost souls, each one a testament to the folly of man and the whims of fate. As we sift through the ashes of this ancient battlefield, we unearth not just relics of war, but stories of resilience. Among the ruins, we find artifacts that once belonged to those who fought, their inscriptions telling tales of love, loss, and unwavering courage. Each piece acts as a puzzle, revealing the complex tapestry of human experience woven into the fabric of history. However, the Battle of Ashes of Fire was not merely a tale of warfare, it was also a profound reflection on the human condition. The heroes of this story were not defined by their victories or defeats, but by their choices in moments of crisis. Caelan's journey, marked by both triumph and tragedy, speaks to the universal struggle for identity and purpose in a world fraught with chaos. As we explore his narrative, we find echoes of our own struggles, the desire to belong, to fight for what is right, and ultimately to find peace amidst the turmoil. As dusk descends upon the remnants of the battlefield, the air thickens with the weight of unanswered questions. What lessons can we draw from the ashes of this ancient battle? How do the choices made in desperation resonate through time, shaping the destinies of those who follow? The stories told around flickering fires echo the age-old truths that bind us all, transcending time and culture. The Battle of Ashes of Fire serves as a reminder that while the flames of conflict may consume, they can also illuminate paths to understanding and reconciliation. In the aftermath of the battle, the landscape began to heal, though the scars of war would linger for generations. The tale of Caelan and his comrades became a legend, a story passed down through the ages, serving as both a warning and an inspiration. The ashes of the battlefield transformed into fertile ground for new beginnings, nurturing the seeds of unity and hope. As we reflect on the legacy of Ashes of Fire, we are compelled to consider our own battles. What fires do we face in our lives? What ashes do we carry with us? Remnants of struggles fought and endured. The echoes of history remind us that while the past may be marked by conflict, it is also rich with the potential for growth, healing, and understanding. The lessons of Ashes of Fire are timeless, their relevance unwavering. They invite us to confront our own challenges, to embrace the complexities of our existence, and to find strength in vulnerability. As we close this chapter, let us carry forward the spirit of resilience, honoring those who came before us and striving to forge a future where the flames of conflict give way to the light of understanding. In the end, the Ashes of Fire are not merely remnants of destruction, they symbolize the enduring spirit of humanity. From the embers of battle, we rise, shaped by our experiences, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. And so, the story of Ashes of Fire continues, an eternal testament to the indomitable will of those who have fought, loved, and ultimately triumphed over adversity. Throughout history, humanity has been captivated by the macabre, the mysterious, and the unknown. Among the myriad tales that traverse the annals of folklore, one stands out, tinged with intrigue and a hint of the supernatural: the legend of the red-haired mummies. But are these tales mere figments of imagination, or do they hold a kernel of truth? As we delve into this enigmatic story, prepare to journey through time, across cultures, and into the depths of a mystery that has puzzled researchers and adventurers alike. Our story begins in the arid deserts of ancient Egypt, a land synonymous with grandeur and the afterlife. The pyramids stand as monumental testaments to a civilization that believed in the eternal. However, within these structures, amidst the pharaohs and their treasures, a peculiar phenomenon has emerged. Reports of mummies with strikingly red hair have circulated among archaeologists and historians for centuries. These red-haired corpses, often found in tombs, have ignited a flame of curiosity and speculation. Who were these individuals, and how did they come to possess such distinctive hair? In the early 19th century, as Egyptology began to flourish, tales of these remarkable mummies began to surface. One of the most notorious examples is that of a set of mummies discovered in the 1880s by the famed archaeologist William Flinders Petrie. Upon examination, it was noted that these mummies had hair that was not only red, but also remarkably well preserved, a rarity in the realm of ancient remains. Petrie documented his findings, noting the unusual color and texture of the hair. This discovery sparked a wave of intrigue that has continued to ripple through the years. But why red hair? In a world where black and brown strands are far more common, these fiery locks raise more questions than answers. Some scholars suggest that these mummies may have belonged to a group of ancient Egyptians with Celtic ancestry, perhaps a result of trade routes or migrations. Others argue that the red hair may have been a result of the natural mummification process, where the chemicals used in embalming interacted with the hair in unexpected ways. Still, others propose a more fantastical explanation, tying these mummies to ancient myths and legends of gods and demigods, suggesting that these individuals were of divine lineage. As the narrative unfolds, we find ourselves drawn to the far reaches of the world, where similar tales of red-haired beings have emerged. In the highlands of Peru, for instance, the legends of the Chancas tell of a race of people with striking red hair who were said to roam the mountains long before the Inca Empire. These accounts, passed down through generations, speak of their fierce nature and unique appearance. Could there be a connection between these tales and the Egyptian mummies? Are we witnessing a global phenomenon that transcends borders and cultures? The investigation does not stop at the ancient world. In modern times, the fascination with red hair continues to thrive, intertwining science with folklore. Geneticists have conducted studies to unravel the mysteries behind red hair, seeking to understand the genetics that lead to this rare trait. It is estimated that only 1 to 2% of the global population shares the gene responsible for red hair, known as the MC1R gene. This rarity adds a layer of mystique to the stories of red-haired mummies, suggesting that those who possessed this trait were indeed a select group, possibly viewed as outsiders or even revered figures in their societies. As we further explore the red-haired mummies, we must also confront the cultural implications surrounding them. Throughout history, red hair has often been associated with a range of stereotypes and myths. In many cultures, it has been linked to witchcraft, rebellion, and even the supernatural. The red-haired individual has been both feared and admired, a dichotomy that speaks to the human tendency to mythologize what we do not understand. This cultural lens casts a long shadow over the red-haired mummies, prompting us to question how these ancient individuals were perceived in their own time. In the quest for truth, we cannot ignore the role of media and popular culture in shaping our understanding of these legends. Films, books, and television series often draw upon the imagery of red-haired figures, weaving them into narratives that blend history with fantasy. The allure of the unknown is a powerful force, captivating audiences and fueling the imagination. As we consume these stories, we must remain vigilant, discerning fact from fiction and recognizing the impact of sensationalism on our perception of history. The journey of the red-haired mummies takes us to the outskirts of established archaeology, where fringe theories and alternative narratives flourish. Some individuals claim to possess knowledge of ancient civilizations that have been lost to time, suggesting that these mummies may be remnants of a forgotten race or advanced society. While these claims often lack scientific backing, they highlight humanity's insatiable curiosity and our desire to connect with the past. The search for answers can sometimes lead us down winding paths, filled with both enlightenment and misinformation. As we draw closer to the conclusion of our exploration, it becomes clear that the legend of the red-haired mummies is not merely a tale of ancient remains. It is a reflection of our collective fascination with the unknown, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling. These mummies, with their vibrant hair and mysterious origins, invite us to ponder our own identity and lineage. They challenge us to embrace the complexity of history, recognizing that the truth often lies somewhere between legend and fact. In the end, the red-haired mummies serve as a bridge between past and present, a reminder that the exploration of our world is far from over. The stories we tell, the legends we share, and the mysteries we seek are all part of the intricate tapestry of human existence. As we continue to unearth the truths of our ancestors, let us remain open to the possibilities that lie ahead, for the journey into the unknown is a path that beckons us all. The tale of the red-haired mummies may not have a definitive answer, but it certainly enriches our understanding of who we are and where we come from, urging us to keep asking questions and seeking the stories that connect us across time and space. What happens when a group of scientists, driven by curiosity and ambition, steps onto a land steeped in mystery? Picture this: a rugged terrain, sun-drenched and silent, where whispers of ancient civilizations linger in the air like fading echoes. This is where our story begins, at the dawn of a groundbreaking adventure into the past. As the dust settles from their arrival, the excitement among the researchers is palpable. They are here to unearth secrets buried for centuries, and every shovel of earth holds the promise of discovery. The year is 1925, a time when archaeological exploration is blossoming, fueled by a growing fascination with the past. The world is awakening to the idea that beneath its feet lies a treasure trove of history waiting to be unveiled. The scientists, a diverse team of archaeologists, geologists, and historians, gather at the base of a mountain rumored to house remnants of a long-lost civilization. Their initial preparations are filled with anticipation, each member eager to contribute their expertise to this monumental endeavor. As the team sets up their base camp, the air is electric with enthusiasm. They unload equipment, maps, and notebooks, each item a tool in their quest for knowledge. Among them is Dr. Helen Carter, a seasoned archaeologist with a reputation for her meticulous methods and unyielding spirit. She takes a moment to gaze at the landscape, imagining what lies beneath the soil. Nearby, Dr. Samuel Thompson, a geologist, is already examining rock formations, theorizing about the geological history of the area and its potential significance to the civilization they hope to uncover. The following days blend into a whirlwind of activity. Teams are formed, each tasked with specific goals. Some are assigned to survey the area, while others begin the painstaking work of excavation. Dr. Carter, leading a group, carefully selects a site that shows signs of human activity. Fragments of pottery and hints of ancient structures peeking through the earth. As they dig deeper, the excitement builds. Each layer they uncover reveals more about the lives of those who walked this land before them. The first major breakthrough comes when a team member uncovers a beautifully crafted artifact. It glimmers in the sunlight, a small figurine that seems to tell a story of its own. Dr. Carter approaches, her heart racing as she examines the piece. The craftsmanship is exquisite, suggesting a level of artistry and culture that intrigues her. This is not just a relic. It is a window into the past, a tangible connection to the people who once thrived here. As the days turn into weeks, the scientists face challenges that test their resolve. Unpredictable weather patterns, equipment malfunctions, and the physical toll of excavation weigh heavily on them. Yet each setback only fuels their determination. They share stories around the campfire at night, laughing and bonding over their shared passion. It is during these moments that they realize they are not just a team of scientists, they are a family united by a common goal. The narrative of their excavation begins to take shape. They find evidence of sophisticated agricultural practices, suggesting that the civilization was not only surviving, but thriving. The discovery of irrigation systems reveals an advanced understanding of water management. They unearth remnants of buildings, each structure telling a story of communal life, trade, and cultural significance. The pieces of the puzzle begin to fit together, painting a vivid picture of a once flourishing society. Yet, amidst the excitement of discovery, questions linger. Who were these people? What led to their disappearance? Dr. Carter, driven by an insatiable curiosity, dives into research, combing through historical texts and local legends. She learns of a great drought that may have plagued the region, forcing the civilization to adapt or perish. This revelation adds an emotional weight to their findings, transforming the artifacts from mere objects into symbols of resilience and struggle. As the excavation progresses, the team uncovers a burial site, a moment both sobering and profound. The remains of individuals lay undisturbed, accompanied by offerings that speak of rituals and beliefs. Dr. Carter approaches with a sense of reverence, understanding the significance of what they have found. It is a reminder that behind every artifact lies a story of human life, love, and loss. They document the site meticulously, ensuring that the dignity of those who came before is upheld. In the midst of their discoveries, the scientists receive unexpected visitors, local residents, intrigued by the work being done on their ancestral lands. These individuals share stories passed down through generations, tales of their ancestors, and the civilization that once thrived in the very area the team is excavating. This exchange of knowledge enriches the scientists' understanding, bridging the gap between past and present. The researchers learn to appreciate the cultural heritage that still resonates in the hearts of the local community. As the sun sets on another long day of excavation, the team gathers to reflect on their journey. Dr. Thompson shares his latest findings, while Dr. Carter recounts a particularly poignant moment from the burial site. These discussions foster an environment of collaboration, sparking new ideas and theories. Each member of the team contributes their unique insight, weaving together a tapestry of knowledge that will ultimately shape their findings. The climax of their journey approaches as they prepare for a significant announcement. After months of research and excavation, the team is ready to reveal their findings to the world. A press conference is scheduled, drawing attention from journalists, historians, and curious onlookers. As they gather in a makeshift presentation area, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Dr. Carter steps forward, her voice steady, as she shares the remarkable discoveries they have made. The reactions are a blend of awe and excitement. Historians express their gratitude for the new insights into a civilization previously shrouded in mystery. Journalists capture the moment, ensuring that the stories of those who came before will not be forgotten. For the scientists, this moment is not just a culmination of their hard work, it is a celebration of the past, a tribute to the lives that once flourished on this land. As the dust begins to settle on this chapter of their journey, the team reflects on their experiences. They have not only unearthed artifacts, but have also forged connections, both with each other and with the history of the land. Their discoveries will continue to resonate, inspiring future generations of archaeologists and historians. In a world that often rushes forward, their story serves as a reminder of the importance of looking back. The past, with all its mysteries and lessons, has much to teach us. As the scientists prepare to leave the site, they carry with them not just artifacts, but a deeper understanding of humanity, a thread that connects us all, woven through time and space. This chapter, while closing, is merely the beginning of a broader narrative, one that will continue to unfold as they delve even deeper into the annals of history. The stories we tell often shape our understanding of the world, but what happens when those stories are challenged? What if the giants we imagine in our minds turn out to be ordinary people, like you and me? This chapter invites you to step into the shoes of skeptics, individuals who dared to question the narratives surrounding them. In a world filled with towering claims, they found strength in their curiosity, grounding their beliefs in truth rather than myth. Throughout history, skeptics have played a crucial role in shaping our understanding of reality. They raise questions that cut through the noise, demanding evidence and clarity where others might accept the fantastical. Consider the tale of the giants, those towering figures of lore and legend, often portrayed as beings of immense power and strength. But what if these giants were nothing more than exaggerated tales spun by cultures grappling with their own fears and aspirations? What if, instead of giants, the truth was hidden in the lives of ordinary people who lived among us? As we delve deeper into this narrative, let's meet some of these skeptics. Their stories are woven into the very fabric of our society, yet they often remain in the shadows, overshadowed by the larger-than-life figures that dominate our stories. These individuals are not celebrated as heroes in the traditional sense. They are the quiet ones, the contemplators, who challenge the status quo. Take, for instance, Sarah, a school teacher in a small town who became intrigued by the tales of giants passed down through generations. Instead of accepting these stories as fact, she embarked on a journey of discovery, examining archaeological evidence and engaging with historians. Sarah's quest wasn't just about disproving stories. It was about understanding the context in which these narratives arose. Her findings revealed that many of these tales were rooted in cultural symbolism, reflecting the values and fears of the societies that created them. By sharing her insights with her students, she sparked a new wave of curiosity in their young minds, encouraging them to question the tales they had always accepted as truth. Then there's David, a local librarian who found solace in dusty texts and ancient manuscripts. One day he stumbled upon references to supposed giant skeletons unearthed in the late 19th century. Instead of accepting these claims at face value, he dove into the archives, uncovering a series of hoaxes and misinterpretations that had perpetuated the myth of giants. David understood that the sensational stories often overshadowed the mundane reality of our history. His passion for uncovering the truth led him to host community discussions, where he invited others to share their thoughts and skepticism. Together, they unraveled the myths that had taken root in their collective consciousness, fostering a spirit of inquiry that resonated beyond the library walls. But skepticism is not just about debunking myths. It's also about the broader implications of our beliefs. Let's explore the story of Maria, a healthcare worker who witnessed the impact of misinformation on public health. During a health crisis, she found herself embroiled in a whirlwind of conspiracy theories and unfounded claims about treatments for illness. Instead of succumbing to despair, Maria took it upon herself to educate her community. She organized workshops and shared evidence-based information, encouraging open dialogue about health and wellness. Her approach demonstrated how skeptics could serve as beacons of reason in a sea of uncertainty, advocating for truth and understanding amidst the chaos. As we traverse the narratives of these ordinary people, we realize that skepticism is not a rejection of belief, but rather an embrace of inquiry. It challenges us to look beyond the surface, to question the narratives that have been handed down to us. The giants of our imaginations may very well be reflections of our own insecurities and desires, magnified by the stories we choose to tell. Consider the age-old legend of the giants said to inhabit the earth. These stories often served as cautionary tales, warning of hubris, greed, and the consequences of unchecked power. Yet, when we look closely, we find that the true giants may not be mythical beings, but rather the very societal structures and ideologies that dictate our lives. Skeptics like Sarah, David, and Maria challenge us to confront these giants head-on. They encourage us to ask, what are the beliefs we hold that deserve to be questioned? What myths are we perpetuating without even realizing it? This chapter has illuminated the importance of skepticism in our lives. It is not merely the act of doubting, but a powerful tool that can lead us to greater understanding. It fosters critical thinking and inspires us to seek out the truth, even when it may be uncomfortable or inconvenient. As we move forward, let us remember that the most compelling stories are often those that reveal the ordinary struggles of everyday people. They remind us that giants may not walk among us, but instead we have the strength to challenge the narratives that shape our existence. In a world where sensationalism often overshadows reality, the voices of skeptics become essential. They remind us to pause, reflect, and question. They invite us to explore the depths of our beliefs, to seek out the truth behind the stories we tell. As we continue this journey together, let us carry the spirit of inquiry with us. Let us honor the ordinary people who, through their skepticism, have illuminated the path to understanding, showing us that giants may be nothing more than shadows cast by the light of truth. So, as we close this chapter, let us take a moment to reflect on our own beliefs. What giants do we carry with us? And how might we too become skeptics who shine a light on the ordinary truths that lie hidden in plain sight? The journey of discovery is just beginning. Imagine a landscape where the mountains rise majestically against the sky, their peaks dusted with the first whispers of snow. Below, the valleys cradle rivers that shimmer like silver threads in the sunlight. This is the land of the Paiute people, a place rich in natural beauty and steeped in a history that echoes through time. Yet, beyond the breathtaking vistas, there lies a tapestry of stories woven from the very fabric of their existence, stories of resilience, survival, and memory. The Paiute oral traditions hold within them the recollections of a war that shaped their identity. A war that is not just a chapter in history, but a living testament to their enduring spirit. As we embark on this journey, let us delve into the realm of oral tradition, where the past is not forgotten but rather celebrated and preserved through the spoken word. The stories passed down through generations are not mere tales. They are the lifeblood of the Paiute community, a means of understanding their place in the world. Every story is a thread, connecting the present with the past, binding families and communities together in a shared narrative. Among the most powerful of these stories is the memory of a conflict that altered the course of Paiute history. It is a story filled with heartache and struggle, yet it also shines with the light of strength and unity. The war, often viewed through the lens of dates and events, takes on a different meaning when expressed through the voices of those who lived it. The Paiute oral tradition breathes life into these historical facts, transforming them into a poignant narrative that resonates with emotion and depth. One such story is that of the Bear River Massacre, a tragic episode that unfolded in January 1863. It was a brutal confrontation between the U.S. Army and the northern Paiutes, ignited by tensions over land and resources. As we share this story, we hear the echoes of voices from the past, recounting the chaos and despair that engulfed their people. Families were torn apart, lives were lost, and a way of life was forever altered. Yet, amid this darkness, the stories remind us of the courage and resilience that defined the Paiute response. Elders recount the moments leading up to the massacre, how the community had been living in harmony with the land, utilizing its resources with respect and reverence. The rivers, the mountains, and the wildlife were not just elements of nature, they were sacred, intertwined with their identity and culture. But as settlers moved in, lured by the promise of gold and land, the fragile peace was shattered. The Paiute found themselves fighting for their survival, a battle that would become etched in their collective memory. Through the oral traditions, we learn of the heroes and heroines who emerged during this tumultuous time. Names that may have faded from the annals of history are resurrected in the stories shared around fires and during gatherings. These figures are not just warriors, they are symbols of hope and resistance, embodying the spirit of the Paiute people. Their bravery and determination in the face of overwhelming odds serve as a reminder of the strength that lies within the community. The retelling of these stories is not merely an act of remembrance, it is a way to educate younger generations about their heritage. The Paiute elders play a vital role in this process, passing down knowledge through storytelling that captivates the imagination. With each recounting, they breathe life into the past, ensuring that the lessons learned are not lost to the sands of time. The act of storytelling becomes a ritual, a sacred ceremony that honors those who came before and instills a sense of pride and identity in the listeners. As we weave through the layers of Paiute oral traditions, we come to understand the role of nature in their narratives. The land is a character in its own right, a living entity that shapes the stories of the Paiute people. The mountains, the rivers, and the animals become vessels of memory, carrying the weight of history on their backs. The Paiute believe that the spirits of their ancestors inhabit the land, watching over them, guiding them in their struggles and triumphs. In this spiritual connection to the land, we find a profound sense of belonging. The stories told around the fire resonate deeply, reminding the Paiute of their roots and their resilience. Even in the face of modern challenges, these tales serve as a source of strength, a reminder that they are not alone. The struggles of their ancestors are echoed in their own lives, and the victories of the past inspire them to forge ahead. One cannot overlook the impact of these oral traditions on the broader understanding of Native American history. Through the lens of the Paiute experience, we gain insight into the complexities of colonization and the resistance that followed. The stories challenge the dominant narratives often found in history books, revealing the human cost of conflict and the enduring legacy of trauma. By sharing their stories, the Paiute people reclaim their narrative, asserting their place in history and ensuring that their voices are heard. As we reflect on the significance of these oral traditions, it becomes clear that they are not static relics of the past, but living, breathing entities that evolve with each telling. The stories adapt to the present, finding relevance in contemporary struggles and triumphs. They serve as a bridge between generations, fostering a sense of continuity and connection that transcends time. In a world that often seeks to erase or diminish indigenous voices, the Paiute oral traditions stand as a powerful testament to survival, resilience, and the enduring strength of culture. The memory of war, as told through these narratives, is not solely about loss. It is also about survival, adaptation, and the unwavering spirit of a people determined to persevere. The Paiute stories remind us of the importance of memory, of honoring the past while forging a path forward. They invite us to listen, to learn, and to engage with the richness of a culture that continues to thrive despite the challenges it faces. As we conclude this chapter of our exploration into Paiute oral traditions, let us carry with us the weight of these stories, the laughter, the tears, the resilience, and the hope. They are not just tales of a distant past, but living connections to a vibrant culture that continues to inspire and uplift. In remembering their stories, we honor the Paiute people and the legacy of their ancestors, ensuring that their voices echo through the ages, reminding us all of the power of memory and the strength of community. Imagine stepping into a world where time itself seems to stand still, where ancient whispers echo against stone walls, and the very air is thick with the weight of history. The cave we are about to explore is not merely a geological formation. It is a chronicle of life, a testament to the passage of eons. Every layer of rock tells a story, each sedimentary stratum a page in the book of Earth's history. Here in this darkened sanctuary we will uncover the layers that speak of the cave's age and the secrets it holds within. As we venture deeper, let's think about what a cave truly represents. It's a refuge, a shelter from the elements, but it is also a time capsule, preserving remnants of the past. The cave we explore today is more than just a shelter for ancient peoples. It is a record of climatic shifts, of migrations, and of life itself. The layers we see, often overlooked, are the silent witnesses to the epochs that came before us. Each stratum we encounter has been meticulously laid down over thousands, even millions of years. The first layer, perhaps a rich, dark soil, tells us about the flora that once thrived in this area. Pollen grains embedded in this layer can reveal the types of plants that existed, painting a vibrant picture of ancient ecosystems. Imagine the lush landscapes, the towering trees and the vibrant colors of wildflowers that once painted the ground beneath our feet. Beneath the fertile topsoil lies a layer of limestone, formed from the remains of marine creatures that lived in an ancient sea. This rock, now solid and unyielding, was once a bustling aquatic habitat teeming with life. Fossils trapped within these rocky confines tell tales of prehistoric fish and shellfish, revealing a time when this land was submerged beneath the waves. What was once a vibrant underwater world is now a silent testament to the relentless march of time. As we delve deeper, we encounter the layers of clay and silt, each telling a story of environmental changes and geological events. These sediments have been transported by rivers and winds, each grain carrying the memory of its journey. Some layers may even reveal catastrophic events, such as volcanic eruptions or floods, which reshaped the landscape in a matter of moments. Can you imagine the sheer force of nature altering the very ground we walk upon? But the cave's history is not solely defined by the natural world. Among these geological layers, we find remnants of human habitation. Charcoal from ancient fires, stone tools, and even fragments of pottery speak to the lives of those who sought shelter within these walls. These artifacts provide a glimpse into the daily lives of our ancestors, their struggles, and their triumphs. Each item is a thread woven into the fabric of history, connecting us with those who walked the earth long before us. In some of the deeper layers, we discover cave paintings, vibrant images depicting animals that roamed the land, and symbols that may have held great significance for those early inhabitants. These paintings, faded yet enduring, are not merely artistic expressions. They are a form of communication, a way to convey stories, beliefs, and experiences. Can you hear the echoes of their voices, the laughter of children, and the whispers of elders sharing tales around a flickering fire? The cave serves as a bridge across time, allowing us to connect with the thoughts and emotions of those who came before. The act of painting on stone was not just a pastime, it was a way to leave a mark, to assert identity in an ever-changing world. As we stand before these ancient images, we realize that the cave has witnessed the evolution of humanity itself. With each layer we peel back, we also confront the question of permanence. How does one era give way to another? The cave tells us about resilience and adaptation. It shows how communities thrived in harmony with their environment, learning to navigate the challenges of climate and geography. As we reflect on their survival, we cannot help but think about our own place in the continuum of life. The cave's age is marked by more than geological formations. It is also shaped by human narratives. The stories of those who sought refuge here, who celebrated life and mourned loss, are interwoven with the natural world. The interplay between humanity and nature is a dance that continues to this day. As we navigate our modern existence, we are reminded that we, too, are a part of this ongoing story. Emerging from the depths of the cave, we find ourselves back in the light of day, yet the shadows of the past linger. The layers we explored are not just remnants of what was, they are a reminder of what can be. The cave stands as a testament to the resilience of life, the tenacity of the human spirit, and the unbreakable bond we share with our planet. In this intricate tapestry of history, we are all threads woven together through time and space. As we leave the cave behind, let us carry its stories with us, allowing the echoes of the past to guide our present and shape our future. Each layer we uncovered is a reminder that history is not a distant memory. It is alive, breathing, and ever-present. So, as we step back into the world, take a moment to reflect on the layers that surround us. The ground beneath our feet is rich with stories waiting to be told. Each step we take is on the shoulders of those who came before us, and it is our duty to honor their legacy by cherishing the earth we inhabit. Consider, as you walk through your own life, the layers of your own history. What stories do you carry? What connections do you forge? Just as the cave encapsulates the ages, so too do our lives intertwine with those around us, creating a rich narrative that continues to unfold. The past is not a separate entity. It is an integral part of who we are, shaping our identities and guiding our paths. As we conclude this exploration of the cave's age, let us remember that every layer, every story, is a vital part of a larger mosaic. History is not just about what has been. It is a living, breathing entity that informs our present and inspires our future. So, tread carefully, for you walk upon the layers of history, and within each step lies the essence of existence. Humans have always been captivated by the extraordinary, the mysterious, and the colossal. Throughout history, tales of giants have loomed large in our collective imagination, echoing across continents and cultures. From the towering behemoths of ancient myths to the gentle giants of folklore, these stories speak to something deep within us, a yearning for the grand and the mythical. As we journey through the myths of giants worldwide, we will uncover the shared threads that bind these diverse narratives, revealing the universal themes of strength, conflict, and wonder. Imagine standing before a towering figure, one that dwarfs even the tallest trees, a creature so massive that its footsteps shake the ground beneath your feet. This is how many cultures have depicted giants, awe-inspiring, terrifying, yet sometimes benevolent. In the Nordic sagas, we encounter the Jotnar, the frost giants from the icy realms of Jotunheim. These beings, with their immense size and elemental powers, have been both adversaries and allies to the gods of Asgard. Their stories remind us of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, a theme that resonates through countless mythologies. Yet giants are not limited to the frigid landscapes of the north. Travel to the lush valleys of the Americas, where Native American legends tell of the Si-Te-Cah, a race of red-haired giants said to have roamed the lands of Nevada. These giants, described as fierce and powerful, were believed to have clashed with the indigenous peoples, leading to tales of conflict and survival. The Si-Te-Cah serve as a reminder of the deep connection between humanity and the land, illustrating how our stories are often shaped by the natural world around us. Across the Pacific in the islands of Polynesia, the giants take on a different form. Here we meet Maui, the demigod, who, though not a giant in stature, embodies the spirit of the giant in his larger-than-life exploits. From fishing up islands to slowing down the sun, Maui's adventures speak to the human desire to conquer nature and bend it to our will. His tales are a testament to ingenuity and bravery, showing that even those who may not appear colossal can have a monumental impact on the world. Venturing into the heart of Africa, we find ourselves amidst the legends of the Zulu people, who speak of the great giant Unkulunkulu. As the creator and the first man, Unkulunkulu is not just a giant in size, but also in significance. He embodies the essence of life itself, a figure of wisdom who brought forth humanity and taught the people how to cultivate the land and live in harmony with nature. This narrative echoes a vital truth found in many giant myths: the connection between giants and the creation of the world, where their immense power shapes the very fabric of existence. As we traverse these diverse landscapes, we can't help but notice the recurring theme of giants as both protectors and destroyers. In the biblical tales, we encounter Goliath, the formidable Philistine warrior who stood as a giant among men. His defeat at the hands of the young David is a story of courage, faith, and the triumph of the underdog. This narrative has been retold through centuries, becoming a metaphor for overcoming insurmountable odds. Goliath's story reminds us that giants can be vanquished, that even the most powerful beings can be brought low by determination and cleverness. The giants of mythology are often reflections of our own fears and aspirations. In the Japanese folklore, we find the Oni, ogre-like beings who embody chaos and destruction. They are often depicted as fearsome adversaries, yet they also serve as a warning, a manifestation of the darker aspects of human nature. These tales not only entertain, but also provide moral lessons, illustrating the fine line between good and evil and the importance of balance in our lives. In the legends of ancient Greece, we are introduced to the Titans, colossal beings who ruled before the gods of Olympus. Their epic battles against Zeus and the Olympians highlight the theme of rebellion and the struggle for power. The fall of the Titans serves as a cautionary tale about hubris and the consequences of defying the natural order. These stories remind us that greatness, no matter how immense, can lead to downfall when it is not tempered with wisdom. Not all giants are fearsome, however. In the fairy tales of Europe, we often encounter the kind-hearted giants who, despite their size, possess gentle souls. These giants frequently serve as guardians of the innocent, protecting them from harm. The tale of the friendly giant, who befriends a small child and teaches them valuable lessons, emphasizes the idea that size does not determine kindness. It is a beautiful reflection of how we can find companionship in the most unlikely of beings. As we explore these myths, we cannot overlook the giants of modern culture who continue to capture our imaginations. From the towering figures in fantasy literature to the monstrous creatures of cinema, the legacy of giants endures. They remind us of our innate desire to dream big, to reach for the stars, and to believe in the extraordinary. In a world that often feels small, giants symbolize the limitless potential of the human spirit. But why do these stories endure? What is it about giants that resonates with us across cultures and generations? Perhaps it is their embodiment of the unknown, a reflection of our own struggles against the vastness of life. Giants remind us that we are not alone in our battles. They echo the challenges we face and the triumphs we aspire to achieve. They invite us to confront our fears, to embrace our strengths, and to dream beyond the confines of our reality. As we conclude our journey through the myths of giants, we are left with a profound understanding of their significance in our collective consciousness. They are not merely tales of the past, but living narratives that continue to shape our identities and our values. They teach us about resilience, the importance of harmony with nature, and the power of belief. In every corner of the world, giants stand as symbols of hope, reminding us that even the greatest challenges can be overcome, and that within each of us lies the potential for greatness. The legends of giants are intertwined with our very existence, serving as a bridge between the earthly and the divine, the real and the fantastical. As we move forward, let us carry these stories with us, for they are a testament to our shared humanity and the timeless quest for understanding in a world filled with wonders and mysteries. The giants may be mythical, but the lessons they impart are very much a part of our reality, echoing in the hearts and minds of all who dare to dream. What if I told you that some of the most powerful figures in history, those who shaped nations and cultures, were once mere names on the front pages of newspapers? The ink that spilled across those pages became a historical record, capturing the essence of their times, their triumphs, and their failures. Today, we dive into the compelling world of newspaper sensations, where headlines became the voices of giants, echoing through the corridors of time. Imagine a chilly morning in the late 19th century. A young boy, eyes wide with curiosity, runs to the local newsstand, clutching a few coins in his trembling hand. He's heard whispers of a revolution brewing across the ocean, and he longs to know more. As he exchanges his coins for a crumpled newspaper, he feels the thrill of anticipation. What he doesn't realize is that he holds in his hands the key to understanding a world on the brink of transformation. Today, we explore how the power of the press not only informed the masses, but also shaped the destinies of nations. Newspapers have always been more than just a collection of articles. They are the lifeblood of society, reflecting the hopes, fears, and aspirations of the people. In the mid-20th century, as the world grappled with the aftermath of wars and the rise of new ideologies, headlines became battlegrounds for competing visions of the future. The New York Times, The Guardian, Le Monde. The names themselves evoke a sense of authority and trust. But what happens when the truth is overshadowed by sensationalism? Case in point, the scandalous headlines that once surrounded the infamous Watergate scandal. In the early 1970s, the United States was gripped by a political drama that would forever change the landscape of American journalism. The Washington Post, led by fearless reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein, took on the daunting task of uncovering the truth behind a break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters. With each revelation, the headlines grew bolder and more scandalous. Nixon's men in the shadows and the cover-up deepens became the rallying cries for an enraged public. As the drama unfolded, the nation was glued to their radios and televisions, but it was the newspaper that provided the detailed accounts, the investigative journalism that peeled back layers of deception. The power of those headlines ignited a movement, leading to the resignation of a sitting president and forever altering the relationship between the press and the government. Fast forward to the modern era, where the internet has transformed the landscape of journalism yet again. In a world where information travels at lightning speed, the traditional newspaper faces unprecedented challenges. However, the essence of what makes a story compelling remains unchanged. The headlines that once captivated readers in print now find their place in the digital realm, where clickbait often reigns supreme. Yet amidst this noise, there are still echoes of the giants whose stories have the power to inspire and provoke thought. Consider the tale of Malala Yousafzai, a name that has become synonymous with the fight for girls' education. In 2012, at just 15 years old, she was shot in the head by the Taliban for advocating for her right to attend school. The world gasped in horror as headlines blared, "Girl shot for going to school." But rather than silence her, the violence only amplified her message. Newspapers around the globe chronicled her miraculous recovery and her unwavering resolve. Malala's mission, an education for all, proclaimed the headlines, and in that moment she became a giant whose voice transcended borders. As we navigate through the annals of history, we find that newspaper headlines often serve as barometers of societal change. The civil rights movement in the United States is another poignant example. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks became household names not just because of their actions, but because of how they were portrayed in the press. The headlines like "I Have a Dream" and "The Montgomery Bus Boycott" encapsulated the struggle for equality. They ignited a fire within the hearts of people who had remained silent for too long, urging them to rise and demand justice. But it's not just the headlines of the past that matter. The present is equally compelling. In an age where misinformation can spread like wildfire, the role of responsible journalism has never been more critical. Think about the last time you scrolled through your news feed. How many headlines caught your eye? How many of them were sensationalized, designed to provoke outrage or shock? Navigating this deluge of information requires discernment, a skill that is as vital today as it was when the first newspapers hit the stands. The giants of today, politicians, activists and artists, are all aware of the power of headlines. Every tweet, every post, every press release is crafted with the understanding that a single phrase can make or break a reputation. The stakes are higher than ever, with social media amplifying every word. A headline can spark a movement, but it can also spread division. Consider the case of Greta Thunberg, a young climate activist whose simple yet powerful message, "How dare you?" reverberated across the globe. The headlines that followed, "Teenager takes on world leaders" and "Climate strike sparks global movement," captured the essence of her activism. In an era where climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time, her voice became a rallying point, inspiring millions to join the fight for a sustainable future. As we reflect on the evolution of newspaper sensations, it becomes evident that the headlines of giants continue to shape our understanding of the world. They invite us to question, to engage, and to act. The stories behind those headlines are often more complex than they appear, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience. The giants of history, whether they walked the earth centuries ago or are making headlines today, remind us of the power of words. They inspire us to look beyond the surface, to seek truth, and to understand that the stories we tell and the headlines we craft hold the power to influence generations. As we conclude our journey through the sensational world of newspaper headlines, let us remember that each name, each story, each headline carries with it a legacy. The giants may change, the issues may evolve, but the need for truth, integrity, and accountability remains ever present. As we navigate the complexities of our world, may we continue to seek out the stories that matter, the voices that need to be heard, and the headlines that inspire us to strive for a better tomorrow. Rumors have a way of spreading, weaving through the fabric of society, often leaving behind trails of intrigue and speculation. Among these whispers, one stands out, casting a long shadow over a revered institution: the Smithsonian. When we think of the Smithsonian, images of vast halls filled with ancient artifacts, groundbreaking scientific discoveries, and the proud history of humanity come to mind. Yet, lurking beneath this polished surface are tales of secrecy and suppressed evidence that challenge our understanding of history itself. Some say that the Smithsonian has hidden truths, evidence that could rewrite the narrative of human civilization. These claims suggest that the institution has not only failed to share certain discoveries, but has actively suppressed them. What is it about these whispers that has captivated the minds of researchers, writers, and conspiracy theorists alike? Could it be that the very fabric of our historical understanding is at stake? As we delve into the story of the Smithsonian rumor, we must first uncover the origins of these allegations. They began to circulate in the early 20th century, a time when archaeology was blossoming into a respected science. With each new excavation, the past revealed itself, often in surprising ways. Among the most tantalizing finds were the skeletal remains of ancient beings, some believed to be of giant stature. These discoveries, unearthed across North America, sparked intrigue and wonder. Yet instead of being celebrated, they seemed to vanish from public discourse. Why? Consider the story of a remarkable discovery in the early 1900s in the Ohio Valley, where a burial mound was excavated. Inside, archaeologists unearthed several skeletal remains towering over the average human height. Eyewitness accounts described these giants as having unusually large skulls and features that seemed to defy the understanding of human evolution as we know it. Yet, as quickly as the excitement mounted, the narrative shifted. Reports were dismissed and the findings quietly tucked away. Was there a deliberate effort to silence these revelations? The whispers grew louder, fueled by the fervor of a public hungry for answers. Could these giants be linked to legends of ancient civilizations, tales passed down through generations? The stories of giants existed in many cultures worldwide, from the Nephilim of the Bible to the tall beings spoken of in Native American folklore. What if these discoveries were not just oddities, but pivotal pieces of a broader puzzle? As the 20th century progressed, the Smithsonian's involvement in archaeological findings became increasingly scrutinized. Critics began to question the institution's transparency. Why had certain artifacts and remains been seemingly disregarded? Skeptics pointed to the possibility of a cover-up, suggesting that the Smithsonian, as a custodian of cultural heritage, may have been under pressure to conform to the prevailing scientific narratives of the time. Perhaps the most compelling tale revolves around the infamous Giant of Kandahar, a story that emerged from the shadows of a military operation in Afghanistan. Allegedly, soldiers encountered a creature of enormous size, described as being over 12 feet tall. This being, according to the legend, was ultimately slain, and its body was taken to a secure location, rumored to be the Smithsonian. The narrative surrounding this encounter tantalizes the imagination. Could it be that such extraordinary evidence exists tucked away from public view? Conspiracy theories often flourish in the absence of concrete evidence, but what of the accounts from credible witnesses? Over the years, various researchers have come forward claiming to have seen artifacts or remains that challenge conventional history. These claims often meet with skepticism, yet they persist, evolving into a narrative that captivates those willing to question the status quo. The notion that the Smithsonian, an institution dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge, could be involved in such suppression raises profound ethical questions. However, it is essential to consider the counter-arguments. Many within the scientific community argue that claims of suppression are merely the product of misunderstanding or misinterpretation. Skeletal remains that appear unusual may often be attributed to natural variations, diseases, or even the effects of time. The giants of lore, they argue, are the stuff of myth and legend, not history. Yet, this dismissal does not quell the curiosity of those who dare to dream of a different narrative. Throughout history, institutions have grappled with the balance between public knowledge and the integrity of scientific inquiry. What if the Smithsonian's reticence stems from a desire to protect the integrity of research, to avoid sensationalism that could undermine the credibility of genuine scientific work? In this light, the rumors take on a different hue. Perhaps the institution is not a villain, but a guardian of knowledge, albeit one that struggles with the weight of its responsibility. As we navigate this complex landscape, the stories of giants and other suppressed evidence remind us of humanity's eternal quest for understanding. They challenge us to question the boundaries of knowledge, to ponder what lies beyond the accepted narrative. Are we witnessing a battle between myth and history, or is there a deeper truth waiting to be unveiled, one that could reshape our understanding of who we are and where we come from? The Smithsonian rumor serves as a lens through which we can explore the interplay of belief, evidence, and the stories we tell ourselves. It implores us to seek the truth, to remain curious, even in the face of skepticism. As we continue this journey into the depths of history and the unknown, we find ourselves at a crossroads where the past intersects with the future, and the faint echoes of giants remind us that the story of humanity is far from complete. In this age of information, where knowledge is just a click away, the debate surrounding the Smithsonian and its alleged suppression of evidence invites us to reflect on our relationship with history. It poses fundamental questions. What do we choose to believe? What do we choose to forget? As we peel back the layers of this intriguing tale, we are reminded that history is not merely a collection of facts, but a tapestry woven with the threads of human experience, imagination, and aspiration. The tale of the Smithsonian rumor may remain enigmatic, but it serves as a powerful reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is a journey filled with twists and turns. With each discovery, we inch closer to understanding our past, and perhaps, in the process, we unlock the potential to reshape our future. In our quest for truth, let us remain vigilant, inquisitive, and open to the possibilities that lie ahead, for the giants of history may be waiting to share their stories with those brave enough to listen. The human skeleton is a testament to life, a collection of bones that tell stories of our existence. Yet what happens when those bones vanish? In the quaint town of Ashwood, where history whispers through the rustling leaves and the cobblestone streets, a chilling mystery unfolded, one that would grip the community and leave questions lingering like shadows in the twilight. This is the tale of the bones disappear. Years ago, nestled beside the ancient Ashwood Cemetery, a small research team set out to excavate the remains believed to belong to the town's early settlers. They hoped to uncover the secrets of a forgotten past, to illuminate the lives of those who had walked the earth centuries ago. But when the site was unearthed, they were met with an unsettling sight. The bones they expected to find had simply vanished. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the cemetery, the team was left in disbelief. How could an entire grave site, once thought to be a treasure trove of history, yield nothing but empty earth? What could explain the absence of remains in a place where they were supposed to rest forever? Whispers of the supernatural began to ripple through Ashwood. Could it be the work of restless spirits, disturbed by the excavation? Or was it something more earthly, a cover-up, a theft, or perhaps a government conspiracy? As the community grappled with the inexplicable, theories began to swirl, intertwining the past with the present in a web of intrigue and suspense. The lead archaeologist on the project, Dr. Emily Carter, was determined to get to the bottom of the mystery. With her passion for history and unwavering resolve, she gathered her team to re-examine the excavation site. Under the watchful eyes of curious townsfolk, they meticulously sifted through the soil, hoping to find even a fragment of evidence. Each handful of earth felt heavy with anticipation. Each clump of dirt could hold the key to unraveling the enigma. As they worked, Emily reflected on the history of Ashwood. Founded by settlers seeking freedom and a new beginning, the town was steeped in tales of hardship, resilience, and community. The cemetery, a silent witness to generations of lives lived and lost, held secrets that begged to be uncovered. But now, those secrets felt more elusive than ever, slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. Days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, the mystery deepened. The local newspaper, the Ashwood Chronicle, published article after article, captivating the townspeople with accounts of the missing bones. Letters poured in from readers offering wild theories. Some believed it was the work of ancient guardians protecting the resting place, while others claimed it was a ruse to hide a darker truth. But amidst the chaos, Emily remained grounded, focusing on the facts. She called for a meeting with her team to discuss their findings. They explored the historical records, examining burial customs and grave markers, but they found no mention of the site they had excavated. It was as if the bones had been intentionally erased from history, leaving only questions in their wake. Determined to find clarity, Emily reached out to local historians and elders, seeking wisdom from those who had lived in Ashwood for decades. One elder, a woman named Agnes, shared stories of the cemetery that sent chills down Emily's spine. According to Agnes, there had always been a lingering sense of protectiveness over the cemetery, as if the land itself was sacred. She spoke of an old legend that warned against disturbing the resting place of the dead, a tale that echoed through the generations. As the pieces of the puzzle began to come together, Emily found herself standing at a crossroads. Should she continue her search for the bones, risking the wrath of unseen forces, or should she heed the warnings of the past and leave the mystery buried? Driven by her desire for understanding, Emily decided to dig deeper. She organized a nighttime vigil at the cemetery, inviting the townsfolk to come together and pay respect to those who had come before them. Under the blanket of stars, stories were shared, memories were honored, and the air was thick with emotion. In that moment, the community felt a connection to their roots, a shared history that transcended time. But as the night wore on and the flickering candles cast shadows across the gravestones, a sense of unease settled over the gathering. A soft rustling echoed through the trees, and whispers swept through the crowd. Some claimed to see figures darting in the distance, while others felt an inexplicable chill. The atmosphere crackled with tension, and Emily couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. The following day, emboldened by their collective experience, the townsfolk rallied behind Emily and her team. With renewed vigor, they returned to the excavation site, determined to uncover the truth. As they worked, something remarkable happened. The earth, which had felt so unyielding before, began to yield its secrets. They discovered artifacts, fragments of pottery, remnants of clothing, and even personal belongings that spoke of lives lived long ago. Could it be that the bones had been misplaced or hidden away, leaving these other relics to tell their stories instead? The excitement was palpable as Emily and her team pieced together a narrative of the past, one that intertwined with the present in ways they had never imagined. But just as hope began to bloom, another twist emerged. A local historian, intrigued by their findings, unearthed a document that sent shockwaves through the community. It detailed a series of secret burials conducted during a time of upheaval, suggesting that the missing bones might belong to individuals whose stories had been deliberately silenced. This revelation ignited a firestorm of debate among the townsfolk. Some were determined to honor the lost souls, to reclaim their history and give them the recognition they deserved. Others, gripped by fear, urged caution, fearing the implications of uncovering truths that had long been buried. As the tension simmered, Emily found herself in a precarious position. She knew that the desire for knowledge must be balanced with respect for the past. She called for another meeting, this time inviting everyone to share their thoughts and feelings. It was a moment of vulnerability, a chance for the community to confront their fears together. That night, as they spoke, something remarkable happened. The stories flowed freely, each one adding a layer to the tapestry of Ashwood's history. The missing bones became a symbol, a reminder that every life, no matter how forgotten, mattered. In the end, as the community united in their quest for knowledge, they decided to honor the missing remains in a way that felt right. A memorial would be erected, a place for the townsfolk to gather, to remember, and to celebrate all the lives that had shaped Ashwood. Though the mystery of the missing bones may never be fully resolved, the journey had transformed the town, weaving a connection among its inhabitants that would endure for generations. As the sun set over Ashwood, casting a warm glow on the cemetery, the community stood together, united by the understanding that their past was not merely a collection of bones, but a living legacy of love, loss, and resilience. In the end, it was not just about finding the bones that had disappeared, but about discovering the strength of a community bound by shared history and the courage to face the unknown. The missing remains had sparked a journey, one that would lead Ashwood into a brighter future, forever intertwined with the echoes of its past. Picture a world where history is not just written, but etched into the very stones of ancient caves. Imagine the thrill of uncovering secrets that have lain dormant for millennia, waiting for the right moment to reveal their stories. This is the realm of radiocarbon dating, a groundbreaking technique that has transformed our understanding of the past. As we embark on this journey, we are drawn into the shadowy depths of caves, where the whispers of our ancestors echo through time. These dark sanctuaries are not just repositories of art. They are vital clues to the story of humanity itself. From the moment we first learned to wield fire, to the intricate rituals of long-forgotten civilizations, caves have served as both home and canvas for the human spirit. But how do we pinpoint the age of these breathtaking artworks and artifacts? The answer lies in a remarkable discovery made in the mid-20th century: radiocarbon dating. Discovered by the visionary chemist Willard Libby in 1949, radiocarbon dating has revolutionized archaeology and anthropology. At its core, this method measures the decay of carbon-14, a radioactive isotope found in all living organisms. When an organism dies, it stops taking in carbon from its environment, and the carbon-14 it contains begins to decay at a known rate. By measuring the remaining carbon-14 in a sample, scientists can determine how long it has been since that organism perished. This simple yet profound concept opened a door to understanding our past in a way that was previously unimaginable. As we delve deeper into this tale, we find ourselves in the iconic Lascaux caves of France. Discovered in 1940, these caves showcase some of the most breathtaking prehistoric art known to humankind. Vivid depictions of horses, deer, and bison dance across the stone walls, their presence evoking a sense of wonder and curiosity. But how old are these masterpieces, and what can they tell us about the people who created them? The answer emerged when radiocarbon dating entered the scene. By dating charcoal remnants from the fires that once flickered in the caves, scientists began to piece together the timeline of human activity in these sacred spaces. The results were astonishing. The paintings, previously thought to be as old as 25,000 years, were determined to be closer to 17,000 years old. This revelation shifted our understanding of prehistoric people, suggesting they were not merely survivalists, but complex beings capable of artistic expression and cultural innovation. Yet, the story of radiocarbon dating is not just about uncovering the age of cave paintings. It extends to the broader narrative of humanity's journey through time. As we travel from France to the rugged landscapes of North America, we encounter the remarkable Clovis culture, known for its sophisticated tools and hunting techniques. The discovery of Clovis points and other artifacts at various archaeological sites sparked intense debate among scientists regarding the timeline of human migration into the Americas. Applying radiocarbon dating to organic materials found alongside these artifacts provided critical evidence. The dates revealed that the Clovis people inhabited North America around 13,000 years ago, a revelation that reshaped our understanding of human history and migration patterns. This was a pivotal moment, marking the transition from speculation to evidence-based conclusions, and radiocarbon dating was at the forefront of this paradigm shift. However, the journey was not without its challenges. As the technique gained popularity, so too did the complexities surrounding it. The method relies on a consistent atmospheric level of carbon-14, which can fluctuate due to factors like cosmic radiation and human activity. As scientists grappled with these variables, They developed sophisticated calibration curves to adjust the raw radiocarbon dates into more accurate chronological frameworks. This evolution in technique reflects the very essence of scientific inquiry, a relentless pursuit of truth, driven by curiosity and the desire to understand our place in the cosmos. As we continue our exploration, we find ourselves at the mouth of the Altamira Cave in Spain, where another chapter of radiocarbon dating unfolds. The intricate cave paintings here, depicting bison amid vibrant colors, have captivated researchers for generations. Initially dismissed as forgeries, the artistry of Altamira was vindicated through the application of radiocarbon dating. Samples taken from the cave's soot and organic remains confirmed that these artworks were indeed ancient, dating back to the Upper Paleolithic period around 36,000 years ago. This validation was not merely an academic triumph, it resonated deeply within the cultural fabric of Spain. The Altamira Cave became a national treasure, symbolizing the artistic legacy of prehistoric peoples. Radiocarbon dating had not only provided a timeline, but had also rekindled a sense of pride in the shared heritage of humanity. As we reflect on this, we are reminded of the profound connection we share with those who came before us, their creativity and struggles echoing through time. But what happens when radiocarbon dating encounters the unexpected? Enter the mysterious case of the Kennewick Man, a remarkably preserved skeleton found in Washington state in 1996. Initially, the discovery sparked a fierce debate over the origins and age of the remains. Radiocarbon dating placed Kennewick Man at around 9,000 years old, suggesting he was one of the earliest inhabitants of North America. Yet this revelation ignited tensions between scientific inquiry and indigenous rights, as the remains were claimed by local tribes who believed they were their ancestral kin. This complex intersection of science, ethics, and cultural heritage serves as a reminder that the stories we uncover are not solely archaeological. They are woven into the lives of living people today. The case of Kennewick Man highlights the need for respectful dialogue between scientists and indigenous communities, emphasizing that the narratives of our past are best understood when all voices are included. As we draw our narrative to a close, we find ourselves pondering the significance of radiocarbon dating in our quest to understand human history. It is more than a tool. It is a bridge connecting us to our ancestors, illuminating the paths they tread and the choices they made. The caves, once silent and dark, have become vibrant with the stories of those who came before us, revealing the intricate tapestry of human experience. In an age where the past often feels distant and fragmented, radiocarbon dating serves as a reminder that time is not merely a linear path, but a rich, interwoven narrative. Each sample dated, each artifact uncovered, adds depth to our understanding of who we are and where we come from. As we step back from the caves and the shadows of history, we are left with a sense of awe and gratitude for the journey we have undertaken. The past is not lost. It lives on in the stories we tell and the connections we forge, binding us to the ancestors whose creativity and resilience continue to inspire us today. On the arid coasts of Peru, a treasure lay hidden beneath the surface, one that would ignite a frenzy of fortune seekers and wreak havoc on the land. This treasure wasn't gold or silver, but something even more valuable to the growing industrial world of the 19th century: guano. The droppings of seabirds, rich in nitrogen and phosphates, became the ultimate prize for nations hungry for agricultural success. But this tale is not just about the riches unearthed from the desolate shores. It is a story of exploitation, environmental devastation, and the relentless pursuit of profit. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with hues of orange and crimson, the coastal cliffs of Peru stood sentinel, guarding their secrets. For centuries, seabirds had gathered on these rocky outcrops, leaving behind mountains of their droppings, a natural fertilizer that would soon alter the course of agriculture around the world. The indigenous peoples who inhabited these regions had long understood the value of guano, using it to enrich their fields. However, it wasn't until the mid-19th century that the true potential of this organic material would be recognized on a global scale. In the early 1800s, the world was undergoing a transformation. The Industrial Revolution was in full swing, and with it came an insatiable demand for food. As populations grew, so too did the need for agricultural innovation. The discovery of guano as a superior fertilizer was a game-changer. It was a panacea for poor soils, promising increased yields and bountiful harvests. News of this miraculous substance spread like wildfire, igniting a scramble for control over the rich deposits found along the Peruvian coast. Imagine the scene. A bustling port filled with ships eager to transport this newfound gold. Merchants and investors flocked to the shores, their eyes gleaming with dreams of wealth. The guano trade became a lucrative enterprise, attracting adventurers and opportunists from around the globe. They arrived in droves, each hoping to strike it rich in this avian treasure trove. The stakes were high and the competition fierce. Yet, behind the promise of prosperity lay a darker reality. The extraction of guano was no simple task. It involved perilous climbs up steep cliffs and the labor of countless workers, many of whom were indigenous people forced into servitude. The extraction process was brutal, often resulting in grave injuries and loss of life. For every pound of guano harvested, the toll on the land and its people was significant. As demand soared, so did the exploitation. The Peruvian government, recognizing the potential for profit, began granting land concessions to foreign companies, allowing them to mine the guano reserves with little regard for the environmental consequences. Entire ecosystems were disrupted as vast areas were stripped bare. The seabirds, once abundant, began to dwindle, their habitats destroyed in the relentless pursuit of guano. What had once been a natural cycle of life turned into a cycle of destruction. One of the most notorious figures in the guano trade was a man named James M. Mackenzie. An American entrepreneur, Mackenzie was drawn to Peru by the promise of wealth. He quickly established himself as a powerful player in the guano industry, utilizing aggressive tactics to secure his interests. Mackenzie's operations were ruthless, often involving violent confrontations with local workers who dared to resist the grueling conditions imposed upon them. As the guano boom reached its peak in the 1860s, the impact on Peru was profound. The influx of foreign investors brought wealth to some, but it also deepened social inequalities. While a select few reaped the rewards, the majority suffered in silence. The indigenous communities, once stewards of the land, found themselves marginalized, their voices drowned out by the clamor of profit. The environmental consequences were equally dire. The once thriving ecosystems along the coast began to unravel. The guano extraction process disrupted nesting sites, leading to the decline of bird populations that had thrived for millennia. The delicate balance of life was disturbed, and with it, the very fabric of the region's biodiversity began to unravel. The relentless harvesting of guano would leave scars on the landscape, scars that would take generations to heal. Yet, amidst the chaos, there emerged a counter-narrative. Environmental advocates and concerned citizens began to voice their opposition to the exploitation of Peru's natural resources. They highlighted the importance of preserving the delicate ecosystems that had sustained life for centuries. This growing movement aimed to reclaim the narrative, advocating for sustainable practices and the rights of indigenous peoples. As the 19th century drew to a close, the guano bonanza began to wane. The world was shifting once again, and synthetic fertilizers emerged as a new solution to agricultural needs. The insatiable demand for guano diminished, and with it, the fortunes of many who had once been swept up in the frenzy. The once thriving ports fell silent, their docks lined with abandoned ships. The seabirds began to return, but the scars of the past remained, a haunting reminder of what had been lost. Today, the story of the guano trade serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the delicate balance between human ambition and the natural world. The once treasured deposits of guano are now a symbol of both wealth and destruction, a testament to the consequences of unchecked exploitation. As we navigate the complexities of modern agriculture and environmental stewardship, it is vital to remember the lessons of the past. In closing, the saga of the guano dig is not merely a chapter in the history of a nation, it is a reflection of humanity's relationship with the earth. It challenges us to consider the cost of our pursuits and the legacy we leave behind. As we look to the future, let us carry these lessons with us, striving for a balance that honors both our needs and the fragile ecosystems that sustain us. The story of guano is one of treasure and destruction, a narrative that echoes in the winds that sweep across the Peruvian coast, reminding us that every fortune comes at a price. A single feather floats through the warm desert air, carried on a gentle breeze that whispers secrets of generations past. This very feather, delicate and unassuming, is a testament to the rich tapestry of the Paiute culture, a people whose legacy stretches back thousands of years. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the cultural relics of the Paiute heritage, artifacts that encapsulate their connection to the land, their traditions, and their enduring spirit. The Paiute people, known for their deep-rooted ties to the Great Basin, have inhabited this vast region of the western United States for millennia. Their story is interwoven with the landscapes of sagebrush plains, towering mountains, and shimmering lakes. As we delve into their history, we uncover not just objects, but the very essence of a culture that has thrived despite the trials of time. Imagine walking through a vast expanse of desert, where the silence is punctuated only by the occasional call of a distant bird. It is in this serene environment that the Paiute have found inspiration for their art and spirituality. Among the relics we discover are intricately woven baskets, each one a masterpiece of craftsmanship. These baskets, made from native plants like willow and sedge, served practical purposes in daily life, but they also held deeper meanings. The patterns and colors woven into these artifacts tell stories of the land, of ancestors, and of the cyclical nature of life itself. As we examine the skillful artistry behind each basket, we begin to appreciate the knowledge passed down through generations. The Paiute women who crafted these vessels were not just makers, they were storytellers, preserving their history and values in every strand of fiber. The act of weaving was a communal endeavor, a way to bond with family and friends, sharing techniques and tales while their hands worked in harmony. Another significant relic of the Paiute heritage is the petroglyphs etched into the stone faces of cliffs and canyon walls. These ancient carvings, some dating back over 1,000 years, are more than mere decorations. They are a glimpse into the spiritual world of the Paiute people. Each symbol represents a connection to the universe, a mapping of their beliefs and experiences. The animals depicted, bighorn sheep, eagles, and even mythical creatures, serve as reminders of the sacred relationship between the Paiute and the natural world. Standing before these rock art sites, one can't help but feel a sense of reverence. Each stroke of the chisel tells a story of survival, of reverence for the earth, and of the cosmic forces that shape existence. The Paiute believed that these images held power, serving as a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms. They were not only artistic expressions, but also a means of communication, conveying messages to future generations about the importance of living in harmony with nature. Digging deeper into the Paiute cultural relics, we encounter the ceremonial attire that adorned their ancestors during sacred rituals. These garments, often adorned with beads, feathers, and intricate designs, were not mere clothing. They were embodiments of spiritual beliefs and cultural identity. Each piece was infused with symbolism, crafted to honor the spirits and ancestors who guided the Paiute people through the challenges of life. Imagine a gathering where the sounds of drums and voices rise in unison, echoing through the valleys as dancers clad in their ceremonial regalia perform in celebration of the earth's gifts. The colors and patterns of their attire reflect the natural world, and homage to the beauty that surrounds them. These ceremonies were vital to the Paiute, fostering a sense of community and connection to their heritage. As we explore the relics of the Paiute, we must also confront the painful chapters of their history. The arrival of European settlers brought significant upheaval to their way of life. Land was seized, traditions were threatened, and the Paiute faced the harsh reality of displacement. Yet through it all, they displayed a remarkable resilience, holding on to their cultural identity amid adversity. In the face of such challenges, the Paiute people turned to their rich oral traditions. Stories passed down through generations became a lifeline, preserving their history, beliefs, and values. These narratives, often filled with lessons of bravery, love, and respect for nature, are the heart and soul of Paiute culture. They remind us that even in the darkest times, hope can flourish and the spirit of a people can endure. The Paiute language itself is a crucial relic of their heritage, a vehicle for expressing their worldview and connection to the land. Although the language faced near extinction due to colonization, dedicated efforts have been made to revitalize it. Language classes, cultural camps, and community initiatives are breathing life back into the Paiute tongue, ensuring that future generations can communicate not just with words, but with the very essence of their identity. As we reflect on the Paiute heritage, we cannot overlook the role of their relationship with the environment. The Paiute have always viewed themselves as stewards of the land, recognizing that their well-being is intricately tied to the health of the ecosystems around them. Traditional ecological knowledge, passed down through generations, informs their practices of agriculture, hunting, and gathering. Imagine a Paiute elder teaching youth about the medicinal properties of local plants, sharing wisdom that has been cultivated over centuries. This knowledge is not just about survival, it is about respect for the earth and understanding the balance of life. The Paiute people have always believed that the land provides, and in return, they must honor and protect it. In modern times, this relationship has taken on new dimensions. The Paiute are actively involved in conservation efforts, advocating for the protection of sacred sites and natural resources. They remind us of the importance of sustainability, urging us to consider the impact of our actions on future generations. The relics of their culture are not merely artifacts to be admired, they are a call to action, a reminder of our shared responsibility to care for the earth. As we conclude our exploration of the Paiute heritage, we leave with a profound sense of connection to a people who have thrived in harmony with their environment. The cultural relics we have encountered are more than objects. They are the heartbeat of a vibrant culture that continues to evolve while honoring its past. From woven baskets to sacred stories, each artifact carries the weight of history and the promise of resilience. The journey through the Paiute heritage teaches us that cultural relics are not merely remnants of a bygone era, but living expressions of identity, spirituality, and connection to the earth. As we carry these stories forward, let us remember the wisdom of the Paiute people and strive to honor their legacy, one that emphasizes the beauty of diversity, the strength of community, and the importance of stewardship over the land we all share. The next time you see a feather drifting on the wind, let it remind you of the enduring spirit of the Paiute, a people who have woven their stories into the very fabric of the land. What if I told you that beneath our feet lies an entire world of secrets waiting to be uncovered? Each grain of soil, each forgotten artifact, tells a story that has been lost to time. Modern archaeology is not just the study of the past, it is a thrilling adventure that asks us to question what we think we know. Today, we embark on a journey to explore how the discipline has evolved, the myths that have arisen around it, and the remarkable discoveries that continue to reshape our understanding of human history. Picture this. A team of archaeologists, clad in sun-worn hats and dust-covered boots, stands on a sunlit hillside, their eyes scanning the horizon. As they dig through layers of earth, they are not merely unearthing objects. They are piecing together the puzzle of civilization itself. Each shovel full of dirt could lead to a groundbreaking discovery, or could just as easily be a reminder of how much we still have to learn. This is the essence of modern archaeology, a blend of science, art, and, at times, controversy. As we delve deeper into the world of archaeology, we must first confront the question, what exactly is archaeology? Far from being just the study of ancient ruins, it encompasses a wide array of practices, including the analysis of artifacts, the interpretation of cultural landscapes, and even the study of environmental changes over time. It is a multidisciplinary field drawing upon history, anthropology, geology, and even technology. This rich tapestry of knowledge helps archaeologists to construct narratives that are nuanced and complex, giving us a window into lives once lived. Yet, with this complexity comes a myriad of misconceptions. Many people view archaeology through the lens of adventure and treasure hunting, partly due to the influence of popular culture. Movies and novels often portray archaeologists as intrepid explorers, racing against time to find lost relics. While the thrill of discovery is a genuine part of the profession, the reality is much more grounded. The meticulous nature of archaeological work requires patience, attention to detail, and a commitment to ethical practices. There are no shortcuts in this field, and the stakes are high. Misinterpretations can lead to the erasure of cultural histories. Consider how the advent of modern technology has transformed archaeological practices. The introduction of ground-penetrating radar, drones, and 3D modeling has revolutionized how archaeologists survey and excavate sites. No longer are they limited to manual excavation. They can now visualize structures buried deep beneath the surface without disturbing the soil. This allows for a more sustainable approach to archaeology, where preservation and understanding go hand in hand. However, while technology offers exciting new tools, it also raises questions about accessibility and the potential for misuse. Who controls the narrative when technology outpaces the ethical considerations of its application? Delving into the stories that modern archaeology has to offer, we find ourselves at the intersection of fact and fiction. One of the most compelling examples is the tale of King Tutankhamun, the young pharaoh whose tomb was discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter. While the discovery was monumental, sparking a global fascination with Egyptology, it also gave rise to myths, the so-called Curse of the Pharaohs being one of the most enduring. This superstition claimed that those who disturbed the tomb would suffer misfortune or death. The truth, however, is far less sensational. The deaths of some individuals associated with the excavation can largely be attributed to natural causes and the bacteria found in ancient tombs. Yet, the allure of the curse persists, blending fact with fiction and captivating imaginations across generations. The story of Tutankhamun serves as a reminder of how easily narratives can be shaped and reshaped. Another prominent case that illustrates this phenomenon is the discovery of the Piltdown Man in the early 20th century. Initially hailed as the missing link between humans and apes, Piltdown Man turned out to be an elaborate hoax, a composite of human and orangutan bones. For years, this fabrication misled scientists and the public alike, demonstrating how the desire for sensationalism can cloud our understanding of the truth. The Piltdown affair underscores the importance of rigor and skepticism in archaeology, emphasizing that not everything that glitters is gold. As we navigate through the landscape of modern archaeology, we encounter a realm where collaboration is key. Archaeologists are increasingly working alongside local communities, recognizing that indigenous knowledge and perspectives are invaluable. This shift acknowledges that history doesn't solely belong to the textbooks. It is woven into the very fabric of the communities that have lived on the land for generations. By incorporating diverse voices, modern archaeology strives to create a more holistic and inclusive picture of the past. However, this collaborative approach is not without its challenges. The tension between preservation and development often leads to conflicts over land use. In many parts of the world, archaeological sites are threatened by urban expansion, mining, and agriculture. Here, archaeologists find themselves at the forefront of advocacy, fighting to protect cultural heritage from being lost forever. Their work is more than academic. It is a commitment to preserving the stories of those who came before us. In this journey through modern archaeology, we cannot overlook the ethical dilemmas that arise. The question of ownership looms large over the discipline. Who has the right to claim artifacts? Should they remain in the countries of their origin, or can they be exhibited in distant museums? These questions are often fraught with historical injustices and colonial legacies. As museums around the world grapple with their collections, they are increasingly faced with calls for repatriation, returning artifacts to their rightful homes. This ongoing discourse challenges the very foundations of how we understand and interact with our shared history. The allure of the past is undeniable, yet it is crucial to approach it with a discerning eye. The stories we tell and the artifacts we cherish shape our identity and inform future generations. As we sift through the layers of history, we must remain vigilant, ensuring that we distinguish between fact and fiction. Modern archaeology is not merely a quest to unearth the remnants of bygone eras. It is a profound exploration of what it means to be human. As we conclude our exploration into the realm of modern archaeology, let us carry with us the understanding that every excavation is a reminder of our shared humanity. The artifacts, the sites, and the stories are threads in a vast tapestry that connects us all. In the end, it is not just about what we find, but what we choose to do with that knowledge. The past is a living entity, forever shaping our present and guiding our future. And so the adventure continues, urging us to dig deeper, ask more questions, and remain forever curious about the world around us. Imagine for a moment a colossal shoe towering over the landscape, a remnant of a time when giants roamed the earth. It's a whimsical thought, isn't it? Yet, this notion hasn't just sprung from the pages of a fantastical tale. Across the globe, stories and claims of giant footprints, mysterious artifacts, and oversized shoes have surfaced, igniting a firestorm of debate. Today, we delve into a curious phenomenon that has captivated the imagination of many: the great giant shoe debate. Is it a matter of evidence? Or is it simply an illusion crafted by folklore and misinterpretation? Picture a remote village nestled in the mountains where the ground is said to whisper tales of ancient giants. This place, often brushed aside as a relic of folklore, holds something that intrigues both believers and skeptics alike. Here, a massive shoe-shaped rock formation is claimed to be the remnant of a giant's footwear. Locals tell stories of a giant who once roamed these lands, leaving behind traces of his existence. With every passing year, more and more visitors flock to witness this peculiar sight, hoping to catch a glimpse of what could be a significant piece of history. But what drives this fascination? At its core, the allure of giants speaks to our deepest curiosities about our world and our place within it. Throughout history, across cultures and continents, tales of giants have existed. From the Nephilim of the Bible to the frost giants of Norse mythology, tales of colossal beings stir a sense of wonder and intrigue. Could there be a kernel of truth behind these legendary figures? As we peel back the layers of this debate, we encounter a myriad of evidence that seems to support the existence of giants. Footprints, bones, and even tools have been unearthed, sparking a whirlwind of theories. Some assert these artifacts are genuine, remnants of a bygone era when giants walked among us. Others, however, argue that these findings are nothing more than elaborate hoaxes or misidentified objects. The line between evidence and illusion blurs, and the debate rages on. In our quest for answers, we must first examine the most compelling pieces of evidence. One of the most notorious claims comes from the American West, where a supposed giant skeleton was unearthed in the early 1900s. Reports of this discovery made headlines, igniting imaginations across the nation. Photographs emerged, depicting a towering skeleton, its size dwarfing that of the average human. Yet as quickly as the excitement began, skepticism followed. Investigators questioned the authenticity of the photographs, suggesting they had been manipulated. Was this an elaborate fabrication, or was it a genuine discovery that was swept under the rug? Moving beyond the realms of North America, we find ourselves in the dusty streets of India, where a similar tale unfolds. Locals speak of an enormous shoe left behind by a mythical giant. Unlike the claims of the American West, this artifact remains untouched, a stone structure that draws curious onlookers. Those who believe in its authenticity point to the craftsmanship of the shoe, suggesting it was carved by a massive hand. Yet, skeptics argue that this is merely a natural rock formation, shaped by the elements over millennia. The debate grows ever more intricate as we journey to South America, where legends of giants persist among indigenous tribes. Here, tales of enormous beings abound, often interwoven with creation myths and spiritual beliefs. Some tribes assert that their ancestors interacted with these giants, sharing knowledge and wisdom. But as we sift through the stories, we must ask, are these accounts rooted in reality? Or are they simply cultural narratives meant to explain the unexplainable? To understand the phenomenon of giant lore, we must also explore the psychology behind it. Why do we, as humans, feel drawn to the idea of giants? The answer may lie in our innate desire for connection to something larger than ourselves. Giants symbolize power, strength, and the unknown. In an age where we grapple with our insignificance in the vast universe, the idea of giants offers comfort, a reminder that we are not alone in our struggles. Moreover, the giants of our folklore often embody our fears and aspirations. They represent the obstacles we face in life, the challenges that seem insurmountable. In many cultures, tales of giants serve as cautionary tales, warning against hubris and the overreach of mankind. As we navigate this intricate web of myth, belief, and skepticism, it becomes clear that the giant shoe debate is as much about our humanity as it is about the evidence itself. In the midst of this exploration, we encounter a fascinating figure, the modern-day giant hunter. These individuals dedicate their lives to uncovering the truth behind these legends, driven by a mix of curiosity and passion. Armed with cameras, measuring tapes, and a healthy dose of skepticism, they embark on expeditions to uncover the truth. Along the way, they face ridicule, disbelief, and even hostility from those who dismiss their pursuits as folly. Yet in their hearts they hold a burning desire to find the extraordinary within the ordinary. As we follow their journeys, we witness the lengths they go to in search of evidence. From remote jungles to barren deserts, each expedition is a quest not just for proof of giants, but for understanding what it means to be human. In their search for the truth, they often encounter the very essence of belief, the power of stories.
they discover that the giants we seek may not reside in the bones of the earth, but within the hearts of those who believe.
As we inch closer to the conclusion of our exploration, we must confront the reality that the giant shoe debate may never find a definitive answer. The evidence may always be clouded by illusion, and the truth may remain elusive. Yet, it is this very ambiguity that fuels the debate. The allure of giants lies not solely in their existence, but in the conversations they inspire, the questions they raise, and the connections they forge among us. In the end, the giant shoe debate transcends the boundaries of evidence and illusion, inviting us to reflect on our beliefs, our fears, and our dreams. Whether these giants walk the earth or are merely figments of our collective imagination, they serve as a powerful reminder of the stories that shape our world. So the next time you hear a tale of giants or stumble upon a giant shoe, remember that it is more than just a story. It is a reflection of our shared humanity, an invitation to explore the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of our understanding. As the sun sets on this chapter, we leave you with a question. What do you believe? Is there evidence of giants hidden in the shadows of our history, or are they simply illusions crafted by the fabric of our imagination? The debate continues, and so does the quest for truth. Join us as we journey deeper into the enigmatic world of the extraordinary, where the line between reality and myth remains tantalizingly blurred. Imagine a time when the world felt vast and unfathomable, where mountains towered like ancient gods and forests whispered secrets known only to the wind. In this realm, giants walked among mortals, their footsteps echoing through the ages. They were not merely creatures of legend. These giants served as powerful archetypes, embodying the fears, aspirations, and moral lessons of humanity. Today, we delve into the rich tapestry of folklore studies, exploring how giants have shaped our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Giants inhabit the myths and tales of cultures across the globe. From the towering behemoths of Norse mythology to the gentle giants of Native American lore, they reflect the complexities of human experience. Each giant tells a story not just of their own existence, but of the societies that birthed them. They represent our struggles, our triumphs, and our place in the universe. But why do giants resonate so deeply within us? What do they reveal about our collective psyche? Let us journey through time and space, unraveling the threads that connect these colossal figures to our shared human experience. We begin with the ancient Greeks, whose pantheon was filled with titans, immense beings who were the progenitors of the gods. The titan Cronus, for instance, ruled with an iron fist, embodying the fear of tyranny and the consequences of unchecked power. His eventual overthrow by his son Zeus serves as a cautionary tale about the cyclical nature of power and the inevitable rise and fall of leaders. Here, giants become symbols of authority and rebellion, reflecting our ongoing struggle against oppression. Across the sea, in Norse mythology, we encounter the Jotnar, the frost giants who dwelled in the icy realms of Jotunheim. These beings were not merely adversaries to the gods, they were integral to the cosmic balance. In many stories, they embodied the chaotic forces of nature, reminding us of humanity's fragility in the face of the untamed wilderness. The eternal conflict between gods and giants mirrors our own conflicts with the elements, societal structures, and the chaos that often underpins our existence. The giants here serve as reminders that while we strive for order, chaos is a fundamental part of life. Traveling to the Americas, we find giants in the rich oral traditions of indigenous peoples. The giant, known as the Wendigo in Algonquin folklore, offers a different perspective. This creature, often depicted as a monstrous spirit, embodies the consequences of greed and excess. The Wendigo is a cautionary figure, reminding us of the dangers that come with insatiable desire. In this context, giants reflect our moral dilemmas and the darker aspects of human nature. They serve as a mirror, showing us what can happen when humanity loses its way. As we traverse cultures, it becomes evident that giants often represent dualities, their immense size and power juxtaposed with vulnerability and downfall. In the tales of David and Goliath, we encounter a familiar archetype, the underdog facing insurmountable odds. Goliath, the giant, symbolizes oppression and the overwhelming challenges we face in life, while David represents courage and faith. And this narrative resonates with us, reflecting our own battles against the giants that loom large in our lives, whether they be personal fears, societal pressures, or systemic injustices. But giants are not always foes. In some cultures, they are portrayed as benevolent beings. The gentle giant in fairy tales, who protects the weak and stands against tyranny, speaks to our innate desire for guardianship and justice. These narratives serve as a balm for our fears, offering a vision of hope and resilience. They remind us that even in a world filled with giants, kindness and compassion can prevail. In exploring the realm of giants as archetypes, we must also consider their role in modern storytelling. Contemporary literature and cinema continue to draw upon this rich legacy, reimagining giants for new generations. Think of the beloved characters like Hagrid from the Harry Potter series, or the gentle giant in the animated classic, The Iron Giant. These figures are not just remnants of ancient folklore. They embody the complexities of modern life, addressing themes of belonging, acceptance, and the struggle against prejudice. They invite us to rethink our perceptions of size and strength, challenging us to see beyond appearances and recognize the humanity within. As we reflect on the role of giants in folklore, we uncover deeper truths about ourselves. They serve as reminders of our own potential for greatness, urging us to confront our fears and embrace our power. The giants of our stories reflect our aspirations, illuminating the path toward self-discovery and growth. They encourage us to rise above adversity and challenge the status quo, embodying the belief that even the smallest among us can take on the largest of giants. In this exploration, we cannot ignore the environmental implications of giant folklore. The giants of ancient tales often represent the forces of nature itself: mountains, trees, rivers. As we grapple with climate change and the destruction of our natural world, these stories become increasingly relevant. They remind us of our connection to the earth and the responsibility we have to protect it. The giants who once roamed the land serve as a call to action, urging us to remember that we are but stewards of this planet, tasked with preserving its beauty for future generations. The narrative of giants transcends mere folklore. It intertwines with our collective consciousness, shaping our cultural identity and moral compass. They are the archetypes that remind us of the struggles faced by our ancestors, the lessons learned, and the values cherished. Whether they stand as symbols of power, cautionary tales of greed, or guardians of innocence, giants will continue to captivate our imagination for centuries to come. As we conclude this journey through the realm of giants, we are left with the understanding that these colossal figures are more than mere stories. They are reflections of who we are and who we aspire to be. They challenge us to confront our fears, embrace our strengths, and recognize the delicate balance of our existence. The giants of folklore invite us to dream, to strive, and ultimately to become the heroes of our own tales. So, as you walk through the world, remember the giants that inhabit your narrative. They may be lurking in the shadows, waiting to be acknowledged, or standing tall in the light, ready to guide you on your journey. In every story, there lies a giant, and within every giant, a lesson waiting to be uncovered. Embrace the tales, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our shared humanity, connecting us across time and space in an everlasting dance of myth and meaning. As the sun sets over the sprawling American landscape, casting long shadows across the plains and mountains, one cannot help but wonder what secrets lie buried beneath the earth. The history of America is rich and vibrant, but intertwined with it are tales of lost races and forgotten civilizations. These stories, often overlooked or dismissed, beckon us to explore a narrative that challenges the conventional understanding of the continent's past. What if the history we accept is merely a fragment of a much larger, more intricate tapestry? Throughout the ages, explorers and scholars have unearthed remnants of cultures that have long since vanished. Stories of advanced societies that thrived long before the arrival of Europeans have sparked the imaginations of many. From the mounds of the Mississippi River Valley to the ancient ruins of the Southwest, evidence suggests that America was once home to diverse and complex peoples. But who were these lost races and what became of them? In the shadows of our modern understanding, there exists a wealth of alternative theories that paint a different picture of pre-Columbian America. Some suggest that ancient civilizations, such as the mound builders, were far more sophisticated than previously thought. Others propose that explorers from distant lands, including the fabled Norse and even Polynesians, set foot on these shores long before Columbus. And then there are the legends, tales of races with striking physical characteristics, advanced technologies, and philosophies that defy our current comprehension. The story of the lost races of America begins with the mound builders, a term used to describe various groups who constructed massive earthen structures throughout North America. These mounds, some shaped like animals, others like ceremonial platforms, have puzzled archaeologists for centuries. Who were these people? And what motivated them to create such monumental works? Some theorists propose that these were not merely burial sites, but the remnants of a highly organized society with a complex social structure and religious beliefs. As we delve deeper into the mystery, we encounter the enigmatic Hopewell culture, which thrived between 100 BCE and 500 CE in the Ohio River Valley. The Hopewell people were skilled artisans, known for their exquisite pottery, intricate jewelry, and elaborate trade networks. Their mounds, adorned with exotic artifacts sourced from distant lands, suggest a far-reaching influence and a sophisticated understanding of the world around them. Yet, like so many cultures before and after them, they eventually faded into obscurity, leaving behind only whispers of their existence. What if the Hopewell were not alone? What if they were part of a larger network of civilizations that spanned the continent? Alternative theories suggest that there were other advanced societies thriving in regions like the Great Plains, the Southwest, and the Pacific Northwest. The ancestral Puebloans, for instance, constructed awe-inspiring cliff dwellings and intricate irrigation systems, showcasing their ingenuity and adaptability to the harsh desert environment. Their legacy, too, raises questions about the interconnectedness of ancient peoples. As we navigate the rugged landscapes of the Southwest, we encounter the tales of the Anasazi, a culture that mysteriously vanished around the 13th century. Their impressive stone structures, known as pueblos, and their advanced agricultural practices reveal a society deeply in tune with its environment. Speculations abound regarding their disappearance, drought, warfare, or perhaps even migration to more fertile lands. Yet, as we sift through the fragments of their existence, we cannot ignore the possibility that they may have been part of a larger cultural mosaic that included other lost races. Beyond these established cultures, there are whispers of even more elusive peoples. The legends of the White Indians, described as tall, fair-skinned tribes, have persisted through the ages. Some believe these tales hint at a forgotten race that inhabited the Americas long before the arrival of European settlers. Are these legends mere fabrications, Or do they hold a kernel of truth? Could they be the echoes of ancient encounters between different civilizations, long since lost to time? Exploring the coastal regions reveals yet another layer of this narrative. The ancient maritime cultures of the Pacific Northwest, such as the Tlingit and Haida, have left behind intricate totem poles and sophisticated fishing practices. These societies thrived in a world rich in resources and developed complex trade networks that spanned vast distances. Their stories of creation and connection to the land challenge the notion that advanced societies were limited to the confines of the continent's interior. As we venture further into the realm of alternative theories, we cannot overlook the influence of ancient explorers from across the seas. The Norse sagas speak of voyages to Vinland, where Leif Erikson and his crew encountered a land teeming with resources and native peoples. While skeptics dismiss these accounts as myth, the discovery of Norse artifacts in North America has fueled theories of pre-Columbian contact. What if the Vikings were just the tip of the iceberg, and other civilizations from distant shores ventured to these lands, leaving their mark on the fabric of American history? Polynesian navigators, known for their incredible seafaring skills, also enter this narrative. Some researchers propose that they reached the west coast of North America long before European exploration began. Their knowledge of navigation and ocean currents could have allowed them to traverse vast distances, leading to potential interactions with indigenous peoples. The implications of such contact could reshape our understanding of cultural exchange and migration across the Pacific. As we piece together these tales of lost races, we are confronted with the challenge of reconciling them with the historical narrative that has dominated for centuries. Mainstream archaeology often dismisses alternative theories as fringe or unfounded. Yet, the allure of the unknown continues to captivate the imagination, urging us to question the established narratives and seek the truth hidden beneath the layers of time. In this exploration of America's lost races, we are reminded that history is not a linear progression, but a complex web of stories, cultures, and interactions. Each thread contributes to the larger narrative of humanity's journey across the globe. The mounds, the cliff dwellings, the legends, and the artifacts all serve as reminders that we are but custodians of a history that is still unfolding. As we conclude this chapter of our exploration, let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry. The lost races of America challenge us to think beyond the confines of our current understanding and embrace the possibility that the past is far richer and more intricate than we can imagine. With every discovery, we peel back the layers of time, revealing a narrative that continues to resonate with our shared humanity. What other secrets lie waiting to be uncovered beneath the soil of this vast continent? The quest for answers is far from over, and the stories of these lost races will continue to inspire generations to come. Imagine a world carved from stone, where ancient whispers echo through time, and the very walls seem to breathe history. Welcome to the realm of caves, a place where nature's artistry meets human curiosity. Today, we delve into one of the most intriguing aspects of these subterranean wonders, the thriving world of tours and tourism that brings millions of visitors to explore their depths. The allure of caves has captivated mankind for centuries. From the shadowy recesses of the Lascaux caves in France, adorned with prehistoric artwork, to the grand formations of the Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, these underground marvels tell stories of our planet's geological history and humanity's own evolution. But what is it about caves that draws us to them, beckoning us to step into their cool embrace? As we embark on this journey, we must consider the multifaceted role that tourism plays in preserving these natural wonders. The delicate balance between exploration and conservation is a tightrope that many caves walk. With the rising tide of tourism, the question arises, can we enjoy these majestic formations without compromising their integrity? Across the globe, caves have transformed into major tourist attractions. In the United States alone, millions flock to iconic sites like Carlsbad Caverns, where vast chambers filled with stalactites and stalagmites create an otherworldly ambiance. Visitors come armed with smartphones and cameras, eager to capture the stunning beauty that nature has sculpted over millennia. Yet each flash of a camera and each footstep taken within these sacred spaces leaves an imprint, both visible and invisible. Consider the experience of descending into a cave. The air thickens with the scent of damp earth, and as you venture deeper, the faint sounds of dripping water become a symphony of nature. The play of light against stone reveals intricate patterns, while shadows dance along the walls, igniting our imagination. Each cave offers a unique narrative, a story told through the geology of its formation and the ecosystems that thrive within. This is where tourism meets education, a chance for visitors to learn about the delicate balance of cave life and the importance of conservation efforts. Tour guides, the custodians of these natural treasures, play a pivotal role in shaping our understanding of caves. With passion and knowledge, they illuminate the significance of these formations, sharing tales of their discovery and the ongoing efforts to protect them. Their insights invite us to see beyond the surface, to appreciate the complex web of life that exists in the darkness. The stories they tell are not merely entertainment. They are vital lessons about respect for nature and the responsibility we share in preserving it for future generations. Yet, the influx of tourists brings challenges that cannot be overlooked. Increased foot traffic can lead to soil erosion, air quality degradation, and the potential for contamination of delicate ecosystems. In response, many cave management organizations have adopted stringent guidelines to mitigate human impact. These measures often include limiting visitor numbers, implementing designated pathways, and providing educational programs that emphasize the importance of preservation. As we traverse through the world of cave tourism, we must also acknowledge the role of technology. Virtual reality experiences and interactive exhibits have become increasingly common, providing a glimpse into the depths of caves without the need for physical exploration. This innovation not only caters to those unable to visit in person, but also raises awareness about the significance of conservation. However, it also prompts a critical question. Does technology enhance our connection to nature, or does it create a barrier between us and the raw beauty of the natural world? In many regions, caves serve as an economic lifeline for local communities. Small towns situated near these attractions thrive on the revenue generated by tourism. Local artisans showcase their crafts, restaurants offer regional delicacies, and accommodations spring up to welcome travelers. The symbiotic relationship between caves and communities underscores the potential for responsible tourism to foster economic growth while ensuring the sustainability of these natural wonders. However, not all caves are created equal. Some have become victims of their own popularity, facing over-tourism that threatens their very existence. Notably, the famous Waitomo caves in New Zealand, known for their enchanting glowworms, have seen a surge in visitors in recent years. The delicate ecosystems that sustain these luminous creatures are under pressure, prompting authorities to rethink tourism strategies. The challenge lies in striking a balance that allows for enjoyment without jeopardizing the fragile environment. In our exploration of caves today, it is essential to highlight the importance of community involvement in conservation efforts. Local residents often have a deep-rooted connection to these natural landmarks, and their voices are crucial in shaping sustainable tourism practices. Many engage in initiatives to educate visitors about responsible behavior, encouraging them to leave no trace and respect the habitats that thrive underground. By fostering a sense of stewardship among tourists, we can cultivate a culture of respect for these ancient formations. As we reflect on the intricate dance of tourism and conservation, let us also consider the experience of the visitor. Each person who steps into a cave embarks on a journey of discovery. For some, it may be a thrilling adventure, a chance to conquer fears and explore the unknown. For others, it is a moment of introspection, a connection to the earth that transcends the chaos of everyday life. The cool, dark spaces invite us to pause, to breathe, and to contemplate our place in the universe. The narratives we weave as we explore these caves are as diverse as the formations themselves. Stories of ancient civilizations that sought shelter in their depths, of explorers who ventured into the unknown, and of scientists unveiling the secrets of our planet's past. Each visitor adds a new layer to the rich tapestry of the cave's history, reminding us that we are all part of this ongoing story. As we conclude our journey through the world of caves and their role in tourism today, we are left with a profound understanding of the delicate balance that exists between exploration and preservation. The lessons learned in these subterranean realms extend far beyond their walls, echoing in our everyday lives. The responsibility lies with each of us to tread lightly, to celebrate the beauty of our natural world, and to ensure that future generations can experience the magic that lies beneath the surface. So, the next time you step into a cave, remember that you are not just a visitor. You are a part of a much larger narrative, one that connects you to the earth, to history, and to the future. In the depths of the earth, in the cool embrace of stone, lies an invitation to explore, to learn, and to cherish the wonders of our world. What if I told you that the very fabric of our daily lives, our conversations, our laughter, even our dreams, has been woven with threads from pop culture giants? These titans of entertainment have not only entertained us, but have shaped our values, influenced our perceptions, and in many cases, created myths that have persisted for generations. Today, we embark on a journey through the vibrant landscape of pop culture, exploring how television, film, and the ever-expanding universe of the internet have forged lasting legends and narratives that resonate deeply in our collective consciousness. Imagine a world without the iconic characters that have become synonymous with our childhoods, our friendships, and our aspirations. From the classic sitcoms of the 90s to the blockbuster films that have defined entire decades, pop culture has a way of seeping into our everyday lives. Who can forget the lessons on friendship and loyalty taught by Joey, Chandler, and Ross in Friends? Or the iconic catchphrases that rolled off the lips of characters like Homer Simpson and Tony Stark? These moments are more than just entertainment. They are cultural touchstones that foster connections and ignite discussions. As we delve into the realm of television, we encounter a slew of influential shows that not only entertained, but also challenged societal norms. Consider the groundbreaking series, The Cosby Show. This sitcom transformed the portrayal of African-American families on television, offering a glimpse into a successful, loving household at a time when such representations were scarce. It was more than just a show. It was a statement, a celebration of black culture and success that shattered stereotypes. But as we grapple with the complexities of its legacy today, we must ask ourselves, how does the reality of a creator's life affect the mythos of their creations? Transitioning from the small screen to the silver screen, we find ourselves captivated by cinematic legends that have defined pop culture. Films like Star Wars and The Godfather have become mythological in their own right. They have given birth to entire universes, spawning merchandise, spin-offs, and fan communities that transcend generations. The Force, with its mystical qualities, has evolved into a philosophical concept for many, representing hope and struggle in our daily lives. Meanwhile, the powerful narrative of familial loyalty in The Godfather continues to resonate, reminding us of the intricate ties that bind us all. These films do more than entertain. They inspire countless discussions about morality, identity, and the human experience. Yet, the rise of the internet has ushered in a new age of myth-making, one that is as wild and unpredictable as the web itself. Platforms like YouTube and TikTok have empowered creators to share their stories and ideas, often leading to the formation of viral trends that can sweep across the globe in a matter of hours. Memes have become the new folklore, capturing the essence of our times and allowing us to communicate complex emotions in just a few images or words. Consider the ubiquitous phrase, "Okay, boomer," which encapsulated a generational divide with humor and wit, sparking discussions about ageism and societal change. This is the power of modern pop culture. It not only reflects our realities, but also shapes them. As we traverse the landscape of internet myths, we stumble upon the phenomenon of influencers. These New Age celebrities wield significant power, shaping trends and opinions through their platforms. From beauty gurus like James Charles to gamers like PewDiePie, their reach is vast and their impact profound. But with fame comes scrutiny. Questions arise about authenticity, the curated nature of their lives, and the implications of such influence on self-esteem and body image. Are we witnessing a new era of role models, or have we merely replaced traditional stars with digital personas? The lines blur, and the conversation deepens. As we navigate through the enchanting world of pop culture giants, we must also confront the darker undercurrents that run beneath the surface. The narratives we consume can perpetuate harmful stereotypes, reinforce negative behaviors, or even fabricate myths that have real-world consequences. The portrayal of violence in media has long been a contentious issue, with critics arguing that it desensitizes viewers and normalizes aggression. Yet others argue that art imitates life, reflecting the complexities of human nature and society. The debate rages on, illustrating the intricate relationship between pop culture and our moral compass. Amidst this tapestry of stories, one cannot overlook the role of nostalgia in shaping our perceptions of pop culture. The feeling of longing for a simpler time, encapsulated in our favorite childhood shows or songs, holds tremendous power. Think back to the joy of gathering around the television for the season finale of a beloved series, or the thrill of singing along to an anthem that defined your youth. Nostalgia can create a sense of belonging, a comforting reminder of who we were and where we came from. But as we reminisce, we must also ask ourselves, is nostalgia a lens that distorts our view of the past, or is it a vital part of our identity? In the realm of music, pop culture giants have not only entertained, but have also sparked revolutions. Iconic artists like Madonna and Michael Jackson transcended their roles as mere entertainers, becoming symbols of cultural change. They challenged norms, pushed boundaries, and used their platforms to advocate for social issues. The impact of their artistry reverberates through the decades, influencing new generations of musicians and activists alike. Their legacies remind us of the power of art to inspire, provoke, and unite. As we draw our exploration to a close, it becomes evident that pop culture is more than just a backdrop to our lives. It is an intricate web of stories, myths, and truths that shape our understanding of the world. From the television shows that made us laugh and cry to the internet sensations that have transformed our communication, each facet of pop culture has left an indelible mark on our collective psyche. As we move forward, let us remain mindful of the narratives we consume and the creators behind them. In a world where myths can be born overnight, it is our responsibility to engage critically, to question, and to celebrate the diverse tapestry of stories that enrich our lives. After all, the giants of pop culture are not just figures of entertainment, they are reflections of who we are and who we aspire to be. So, as we continue to navigate this vibrant landscape, let us remember that every myth carries a hint of truth. waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. Legends have a way of capturing our imagination, weaving tales that transcend time and space. They resonate with the human experience, igniting curiosity and wonder. But as we delve into these narratives, a question arises. How do these stories, rich in myth and mystery, stand against the cold, hard facts of science? Today, we embark on a journey through the intricate labyrinth of the science versus legend debate, exploring the delicate dance between truth and fiction. We will unravel stories that have been passed down through generations, examining how they clash, complement, and sometimes coexist with scientific understanding. From ancient civilizations to modern-day mysteries, legends have often offered explanations for the unexplainable. Consider the mighty thunder god of Norse mythology, Thor, wielding his hammer to control the storms. For centuries, the people of Scandinavia looked to the heavens, attributing the thunder and lightning to divine wrath, rather than the complex atmospheric phenomena we understand today. Yet in their tales, we find a reflection of humanity's desire to make sense of the world around us. As we peel back the layers of these legends, we find that many contain kernels of truth, shaped by the cultural and historical contexts from which they emerged. For instance, the story of the Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull creature of Greek mythology, may have originated from the Minoan civilization's unique practices and symbols. Archaeological discoveries of bull-leaping rituals and labyrinthine structures on the island of Crete suggest that these stories were not mere flights of fancy but rooted in real experiences. In contrast, the scientific method demands rigorous testing, observation, and validation. It seeks to uncover truths through evidence and repeatability. The age-old debate between science and legend often reveals a fundamental clash in how we perceive reality. Legends thrive on emotion, passion, and the human experience, while science relies on logic, evidence, and empirical data. Yet, what happens when science begins to validate the very myths that once seemed purely fantastical? Take, for instance, the tale of the phoenix, a bird that rises from its ashes, symbolizing rebirth and renewal. In the realm of biology, we understand that certain species undergo remarkable transformations. Think of the caterpillar becoming a butterfly. These metamorphoses echo the essence of the phoenix, suggesting that perhaps our ancient ancestors were tapping into a deeper understanding of life cycles long before science articulated them. As we navigate this debate, we must also confront the role of folklore in shaping our understanding of the natural world. Many cultures crafted stories to explain the mysteries of their environments, creating a rich tapestry of knowledge passed down through generations. The thunderous roar of a waterfall might inspire a tale of a water goddess, while the flickering of fireflies could lead to stories of enchanted spirits. These narratives, while not scientifically accurate, served as a means of cultural education and community bonding. However, the encroachment of modern science has led to a diminishing of these narratives. As we uncover the truths of our world through scientific inquiry, we risk losing the magic of the stories that once filled our minds with wonder. The challenge lies in finding a balance, in recognizing that both science and legend have valuable lessons to impart. Consider the indigenous stories that speak of the creation of the earth, the ebb and flow of seasons, and the interconnectedness of all living things. While they may not align with the scientific narrative of geological time and evolution, they encapsulate a profound understanding of harmony with nature, emphasizing respect and stewardship of our environment. In our quest for knowledge, the line between science and legend often blurs. The story of Bigfoot, for example, has fascinated many. Skeptics emphasize the lack of conclusive evidence, while believers point to eyewitness accounts and folklore as proof of the creature's existence. The search for this elusive being has inspired scientific studies, from DNA analysis of purported hair samples to ecological surveys of its supposed habitat. But what does this tell us about the nature of belief? Perhaps it reflects a deeper yearning within us to connect with the unknown, to believe in something greater than ourselves. In this sense, legends can serve a purpose beyond mere entertainment. They tap into our collective psyche, exploring the themes of fear, hope, and the quest for understanding. As we delve deeper into this debate, we must also acknowledge the role of technology in shaping our narratives. The advent of the internet has given rise to new legends, often referred to as urban myths. Stories of mysterious creatures lurking in the shadows of our cities or haunted locations in our neighborhoods circulate rapidly, fueled by social media and the need for connection in our digital age. While these modern tales may lack the historical depth of ancient legends, they reflect our ongoing relationship with myth-making. They serve as cautionary tales, moral lessons, or simply entertaining stories that captivate our attention. Moreover, they highlight how the human desire for storytelling remains timeless, bridging the gap between the past and the present. The science versus legend debate also invites us to reconsider our perceptions of reality. In a world driven by scientific advancements, we often find ourselves questioning the validity of experiences that cannot be quantified or measured. How do we account for the inexplicable moments in life, the feeling of déjà vu, the profound connection we share with nature, or the inexplicable coincidences that seem to defy logic? These experiences, while not scientifically verifiable, are nonetheless deeply real to those who encounter them. They remind us that the human experience is multifaceted and complex, encompassing both the tangible and the intangible. Legends serve as a lens through which we can explore these dimensions, offering insights into our shared humanity and the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. In the final analysis, the science versus legend debate challenges us to embrace the richness of both perspectives. Rather than pitting them against one another, we can allow them to coexist, enriching our understanding of the world around us. Legends can inspire scientific inquiry, while science can lend depth to our understanding of the myths we hold dear. As we continue our exploration, we find ourselves at a crossroads, standing between the ancient stories that have shaped our cultures and the scientific discoveries that redefine our reality. The truth lies not in choosing one over the other, but in recognizing the value of both. So, what do you believe? Are you drawn to the allure of legend, or does the precision of science resonate more deeply with you? Perhaps the answer is not so simple. For in the interplay between these two realms lies the essence of what it means to be human. To seek knowledge, to tell stories, and to navigate the mysteries of existence with curiosity and wonder. As we close this chapter, we invite you to reflect on your own beliefs and experiences. In a world where science and legend continually intersect, what truths will you uncover? What stories will you embrace? The journey is far from over, and the dialogue between science and legend continues to unfold, weaving an intricate tapestry of understanding that connects us all. What if I told you that beneath the surface of our known history lies a tapestry interwoven with tales of mighty beings, giants who once roamed the earth? These towering figures, often relegated to the realm of myth and legend, have captured imaginations across cultures and ages. From the colossal Nephilim of ancient texts to the lumbering Sasquatch of modern folklore, the idea of giants persists, challenging our understanding of humanity's past. Across the globe, stories abound. Tales of enormous skeletons unearthed, sightings of massive footprints in the mud, and ancient structures that appear far too grand for the hands of mere mortals. As we delve deeper into these enduring mysteries, we begin to question, is there a grain of truth buried within these legends? Could giants have once walked among us, leaving behind whispers of their existence in our collective memory? In the annals of ancient history, the tales of giants are often cloaked in the mists of time, yet they reveal an extraordinary blend of mythology, archaeology, and folklore. Many civilizations, from the Greeks to the Norse, spoke of beings of immense stature, often endowed with supernatural abilities. The Titans, the Jotun, and the Cyclopes, these are not merely figments of imagination, but reflections of a deeper, shared human experience that transcends geographical boundaries. Consider the ancient Greek myth of the Titans, who were said to be the predecessors of the gods. Enormous and powerful, they embodied the very forces of nature. Their battles against the Olympians were not just tales of conflict, but symbolic representations of the chaos and order that govern our universe. Similarly, the Nephilim of the Hebrew Bible are described as the offspring of the sons of God and daughters of men, their size and strength serving as a metaphor for human hubris and divine retribution. As we traverse the landscape of history, we encounter giant skeletons that have sparked both intrigue and skepticism. In the early 19th century, reports surfaced from various parts of the world about massive bones being unearthed, often measuring several feet taller than an average human. Archaeologists and amateur enthusiasts alike rushed to investigate, but many findings were quickly dismissed or deemed hoaxes. Yet the allure of these discoveries persists, igniting debates about what may lie buried beneath our feet. One of the most famous accounts occurred in 1891, when a farmer in Wisconsin unearthed a giant skeleton measuring over 10 feet tall. The local newspapers sensationalized the find, igniting a wave of excitement. However, as the years passed, the skeleton mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only whispers of its existence. How many other discoveries have faded into obscurity? How many giants have been forgotten, their stories lost to the annals of time? In the quiet valleys of Appalachia, tales of the giant of Tennessee circulate, an enigmatic figure said to have stood over 12 feet tall, with legends claiming he could uproot trees with ease. The stories vary, yet they all share a common thread, a being so powerful that he could reshape the very landscape around him. Folklore often serves as a cultural mirror, reflecting the fears and aspirations of the people who tell them. What does the prevalence of giant legends say about humanity's struggle with the forces of nature and the quest for identity? As we venture deeper into the shadows of this enduring mystery, we must also consider the cultural significance of giants in the realm of mythology. In many indigenous cultures, giants are not merely figures of fear or awe, but are often seen as protectors of the earth, guardians of sacred knowledge. The legends of the Anunnaki in Mesopotamian lore suggest beings that descended from the heavens, imparting wisdom and technology to humankind. The duality of giants as both creators and destroyers speaks to a complex relationship with power and responsibility. In the icy landscapes of the Arctic, the Inuit speak of the Kalupiluk, a giant being said to inhabit the frigid waters, watching over those who dare to venture too far. This creature, while fearsome, embodies a deep respect for nature and the necessity of balance within it. Could the narratives of giants serve as cautionary tales, warning against hubris and the exploitation of the Earth's resources? Meanwhile, in the lush rainforests of South America, the legends of the Mapinguari persist. Described as a massive sloth-like creature, it is said to guard the secrets of the jungle. The Mapinguari represents not only the mystery of the natural world, but also the rich tapestry of biodiversity that is often threatened by human encroachment. In this context, giants become symbols of what we stand to lose if we fail to respect the wonders of our planet. The romanticism surrounding giants often draws us to explore the places where these legends take root. In the Andes, the ancient Nazca lines stretch across the desert, depicting enormous figures that can only be fully appreciated from the skies. Were these vast designs created to honor the giants of their time? Or were they messages to the heavens, reminders of a connection between the earth and the celestial?
the mystery deepens, inviting us to ponder the purpose behind these grand creations.
As we sift through the layers of history, the question arises, have we truly outgrown our fascination with giants? In the age of technology and science, the notion of beings larger than life seems almost quaint. Yet, we find ourselves captivated by modern interpretations, from the towering figures of fantasy literature to the cinematic giants of blockbuster films. Perhaps our enduring fascination with giants serves as a metaphor for our own struggles with identity, power, and the search for meaning in a complex world. As we draw near to the conclusion of our exploration, we are left with a haunting question. What if giants were not merely relics of the past, but ongoing symbols of our aspirations and fears? Their shadows linger, reminding us of the mysteries yet to be uncovered, of the stories yet to be told. The world we inhabit is a tapestry of legends and realities, each thread woven together by the collective human experience. In the end, the giants in our midst may not be the towering figures of ancient lore, but rather the challenges we face every day. Giants of inequality, ignorance and fear loom large, and it is up to us to confront them with courage and understanding. The enduring mystery of giants invites us to look beyond the myths and consider what they teach us about ourselves and the world we share. As we step away from the shadows, we carry with us the echoes of those who came before, an invitation to explore the unknown, to challenge the boundaries of our understanding, and to embrace the giants within us all.